What are we playing? Is this hardcore? Yes. So yeah, it's my hardcore reroll. And I will watch some random video.
Rate of the people.
That guy gets an A+.
Traveler, YouTuber, and urban camper Travis Hines entered City Hall in Bethany, Missouri to inquire about the parking situation in the area.
Okay.
Huh. Well, yeah, I'm having difficulty with the parking.
What do you mean with parking?
Where's the sections for the 2 hours? Because I'm a little confused. I was going to choose some spots around the library. I want to go to the library, but there's these 2-hour parking spots. And does anybody ever have problems with parking around here?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I feel very unique in that manner. I'm really
I'm really confused.
Can you direct me to the person I need to talk to about the parking situation?
Well, if you have a problem with the
Yep.
parking situation,
Yeah, because I don't know. Cause I'm parked right in front of City Hall.
I can tell
Did he say I don't know?
Is that a
Kyle?
problem with the 2-hour parking in front of City Hall?
I don't know where you keep coming up with this car parking.
I saw 2 signs. Dude, you need me to show you a picture of that?
No.
Like that.
Are you pranking me right now, or are you really?
Done. You're not really you're not really.
Mr. Hines voiced his concerns about 2-hour parking signs near the library, and after several minutes of discussion, a City Hall employee called the Harrison County Sheriff's Office to assist with the situation.
I mean, the parking's a lot better up north in those cities that I've been to.
He sounds.
I
He
guess I
does
got
sound like a
called.
troll, to be fair.
Or you guys are just here for me?
Yeah, we're here for you.
Okay, all right.
I'm not.
Do you want to direct?
If he's pranking me, if he's pulling my leg, or if there's something wrong. He's very concerned about the parking. And we've got a GoPro on our chest, so we're obviously.
Oh yeah, you must spell
You have a
building.
seat right here.
See.
Yeah.
What's
We're
it?
gonna go talk to them in the back and find out what's going on.
All right. What is that? All right, yeah, because you didn't hear the conversation, so.
No, we'll talk to you too, so.
I don't know what's happening. I can target my shit. That's it. Is this a bug or something? I can target corpse. I swear. See? I don't know. This is weird. I don't know what I can target corpse. I know it's fucked up on the PC, but I've been playing a lot of Necromancer. That's sure. You're just okay. It's working again. Something is weird. Maybe I'm lagging. Anyway.
All right, well, I'm the one that they called the cops on. I guess they buzzed the cops on. And I parked right out here. And I was asking about the parking situation. Apparently, we can park across the street. Because, I mean, you know about the 2-hour signs, right? The 2-hour limits. Are you blocking me from exiting?
Purple flowing enemies.
Okay, well, I guess you want to talk to, yeah, all right, fine. You want to talk to the,
Have a seat for me.
what's the problem? What's the
I'm
crime?
just trying to figure out what's going on. Have a
Well,
seat.
I've been sitting in my car for all morning. I just want to,
Okay.
I mean, I'll move over if you're afraid I'm going to escape. I mean, am I being detained?
Officer Harris orders Mr. Hines to take a seat after having blocked his attempt to exit the building. But when Mr. Hines asks if he is being detained, Officer Harris insists that he is not. When an individual is detained by a police officer, they have been seized within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment, according to a long line of Supreme Court precedent. However, whether or not an individual is considered to be legally detained is not always a black and white determination. In the well-known 1968 case of Terry versus Ohio, the Supreme Court explained that, quote, obviously, not all personal intercourse between policemen and citizens involves seizures of persons. Only when the officer, by means of physical force or show of authority, has in some way restrained the liberty of a citizen, may we conclude that a seizure has occurred. As time went on, the Supreme Court clarified this standard by adding the Mendenhall test, named for the case where it was first introduced in a concurring opinion, to the considerations involved in determining if an individual has been seized. In the 1991 case of California versus Hodari D, the court explained explained that the Mendenhall test established that, quote, a person has been seized within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment only if, in view of all the circumstances surrounding the incident, a reasonable person would have believed that he was not free to leave. And, quote, that the test for existence of a show of authority is an objective one, not whether the citizen perceived that he was being ordered to restrict his movement, but whether the officer's words and actions would have conveyed that to a reasonable person. Here, although Officer Harris claims that Mr. Hines is not being detained, a court would likely find that his actions would have conveyed to a reasonable person that they were not free to leave. By physically blocking Mr. Hines from exiting the building and then ordering him to take a seat, Officer Harris communicated through a show of authority that Mr. Hines was being detained, and accordingly...
Is that true? Hold on.
Yeah, it seems
the
real.
Supreme Court clarified this opinion to the consideration California version has rounding the note that the in the court of the full district person moved over belonged in the current sentence of course hair not cream soft tank to take.
I want to talk to yeah, blocking me from exiting. You know about across the street? Because I mean, you know about the 2-hour signs, right? The 2-hour limits. Are you blocking me from exiting?
I'm trying to figure out why I'm being called.
Okay, well, I guess you want to talk to, yeah, all right, fine.
Have a seat for me.
You want to talk to the,
Have a seat for me.
what's the problem? What's the crime?
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Have a seat
Well,
for me.
I've been sitting in my car for all morning. I just want to,
Okay.
I mean, I'll move over if you're afraid I'm going to escape. I mean, am I being detained?
Officer Harris orders Mr. Hines to take a seat after having insisted.
I wonder why he
not
paused this before
for
he
some
answers
court
that question.
explain the person would show movement. Although Officer Harris claims that Mr. Hines is not being detained, a court would likely find that his actions would have conveyed to a reasonable person that they were not free to leave. By physically blocking Mr. Hines from exiting the building and then ordering him to take a seat, Officer Harris communicated through a show of authority that Mr. Hines was being detained, and accordingly seized him.
You're not being detained?
What's the, yeah, these guys.
Oh, the guy just told him you're not being detained, so he can leave if he wants to. That means that the guy should be able to leave if he wants to, but...
Yeah.
Let's talk to him. What's the deal?
We're just trying to figure out what your concern is.
Okay, so she gave her side. You got a full scope of what she said.
No, I'm asking you what your concern is. Why you're...
No, are you satisfied with her story, I guess?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, so you understand where she's coming from, and my side is...
He's standing directly in front of the door, though? Then
Why
ask him
can't
to
I
move.
move?
The point is the cop blocked the path and told him to take a seat. Well, he said, can I leave? He said he's not being detained, so the cop should step aside. You just say, can I leave? He told him to sit down. He asked him to take a seat. But then the guy also said, am I being detained? The guy said, no, you're not being detained. Like, oh, okay. Can I leave?
My game's very weird, when
I'm interested in
can't
finding a
move
good
my
parking
character.
spot.
Okay.
It's weird.
There's 2 lots right here if you're looking for on square.
Yeah, and
The reason why the guy... Hold on. F me, dude. It's so bad faith. The most frustrating thing is you f***ing retards calling me bad faith. The guy in the video is looking for a fight. The guy filming is looking to fight with cops. That's what he wants to do. That's probably what the guy's whole channel is trying to fight with cops. So the guy in the video is trying to fight with cops. He asked if he could leave. He knows he has the right to leave because these autistic retards read up and down the law and their rights and everything every single day. He asked if he was being detained. The cop said he's not being detained. The guy wanted to leave. He literally just has to say, can you step aside so I can leave? The cop's not even blocking the door anymore. The guy knows this. He's not leaving because he wants to stay and fight. For you to say like, oh, you're being bad faith, the cop's like, no, he's not. Like, the guy literally asked me to leave and the guy said he could leave. Like, that's it. The guy, he's just trying to be a nuisance. He's trying to be autistic because he's trying to get a rise of the cops, which is fine, by the way. You have the right to do that, and the cops shouldn't respond in a negative way. But to be like, oh no, Destiny, you're a reasonable person. This guy's not a reasonable person. He's here autistically looking to fight with police officers, and the guy knows his rights, and he knows he has the ability to leave, and he's choosing not to.
if we could walk out there, I mean, I'll show you where I'm parked. What?
Where were you parked?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Just show me right here.
Am I being detained for a crime?
We're trying to figure out what's
Well,
going
then it'd probably be easier to like point from the closer area to this parking where I'm at and where I can park outside. You guys prefer to talk inside?
Yeah, it's cold outside.
Oh, it's because, okay, well, that's reasonable.
We're not sure what your concern is what...
This is a 2-hour parking. I'll get a ticket for 2-hour parking. You know what?
Get a ticket for 2-hour parking.
Okay, so I guess I didn't ask the question directly. Will I get a ticket for parking longer than 2 hours? The answer is no. Okay, well then that settles it.
All right. Do you have
Okay,
your
what-
driver's license on your...
What's
Driver's license?
what is it?
So I can identify you. Make sure you don't have any warrants.
Well, I mean, first we have to establish a crime.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Making contact with you is good enough.
yeah, that's fine.
You can request the ID for making contact, but you don't have to compel somebody to give up an ID unless you believe a crime has been committed.
and you
I've
can
been
make
called here.
contact.
Hey, I've been called here to make
Harris?
contact with you. and it's
Okay.
Officer Harris.
Well, who's the caller?
If you're failing, they are.
Well, no, they were the buzzer. They buzzed,
If
right?
you are failing to identify yourself to me and not give me your ID,
Yeah.
I will take you to jail.
If you want a crime.
Officer Harris claims that
I have a feeling Audit is going to say the guy. I feel like Audit is going to give the main guy in the video, the guy recording, he's going to give him like an A+ because he loves people that cops. Maybe not. I don't know. This cop here doesn't have a right to demand an ID. He can ask for one, but he can ask for one, but he can't demand one. He can't compel the person to give it up.
being called to make contact with an individual grants him the authority to identify the person he was called to contact. As we have discussed many times on ATA, individuals can only be legally required to identify themselves to officers if there is a reasonable suspicion
Of a
of criminal
crime.
activity.
Yeah.
And the state has enacted a stop and identify statute that requires individuals to identify themselves in these situations. Therefore, citizens cannot be required to identify themselves simply because an officer makes contact with them, even in states that have passed stop and identify laws. And only some stop and identify laws authorize officers to arrest individuals for refusing to identify themselves. As the Supreme Court explained in the 2004 case of Hybel versus 6th Judicial District Court of Nevada, Humboldt County, quote, "In some states, a suspect's refusal to identify himself is a misdemeanor offense or civil violation. In others, it is a factor to be considered in whether the suspect has violated loitering laws. In other states, a suspect may decline to identify himself without penalty." While Missouri has passed a stop and identify law, which is codified in section 84-710 of the Missouri Revised Statutes, it simply states that police officers, quote, "have the power to stop any person abroad whenever there is reasonable ground to suspect that he is committing, has committed, or is about to commit a crime, and demand of him his name, address, business abroad, and whither he is going." It does not place a legal obligation on individuals to comply with an officer's demand for identification. So even if Officer Harris had a reasonable suspicion that Mr. Hines was involved in criminal activity,
Are cops knowingly exercising this kind of thing, or is it a lack of education? I feel like one of the first things you learn as a cop is all the artistic rules around, oh, cops, hold on. A cop will try to fuck you as much as you'll let him. That's what cops do. Cops don't, they shouldn't. Cops aren't generally in the business of breaking the law, but a lot of cops rely on you not knowing your rights. Like, hey, like, would you be comfortable if I just like took a look in your car? Like, can I just like take a look and see if anything's going on over here? Like, hey, do you mind, like, can I just check your ID so that we feel safe, blah, blah. Like, cops will say things like this, and what they're trying to do is compel you to essentially waive your rights. This is why I've said this before. I had a talk with a friend a while ago about this, that it's really ridiculous to me that in the United States of America, we don't take like a civil or criminal procedures class in school to like learn like what does a basic trial look like what rights do you have during a stop. Like in the United States of America, very few people have any idea what their actual rights are when confronted by law enforcement. And law enforcement absolutely tries to take advantage of this fact when they stop you, because they'll make tons of requests that they technically don't have the authority to demand of you, but they rely on you being polite and you doing what you can to kind of like to give in to the requests that they make. Yeah. If you've done nothing, there is nothing to hide. Do not ever think that. That is the worst. That is the worst idea. The problem that you run into.
My game is fucked up right now. I think I'm lagging because I'm streaming, I'm not sure. Connection seems fine though, so I don't get it. Maybe I should play Soulcore. A game lags like this, but I don't like this build too. I wanted to try the non-spear build to level, but it's kind of shit compared to my minion build.
Is the state side, a police officer is really generally, in a very broad macro sense, is just trying to build a case, arguably speaking. The problem is that if you are answering questions, you might be answering questions that are incriminating you for a crime that you didn't even know you were being investigated for, and you could have avoided a whole bunch of mess by just shutting the fuck up and either lawyering up if you're actually being detained and then arrested for questioning, or just not by saying anything more than what you're legally compelled to. Now, realistically, like, how do you act? Like, if a cop really wants to search my car and he's pulling me over some bullshit, I'll probably let him because I know I don't have shit, and because usually if you're nice to cops, they won't write you tickets or whatever, right? Whatever. But so realistically, like, you probably want to be polite to cops and let them fucking do their walk, rub their dick on you, whatever the fuck makes them happy, because usually they're a little nicer. But If for whatever reason, one, you don't want to, which is totally within your right, or two, if you do have some, if you've got a warrant or any other say, shady shit or dumb shit, or if your friend has weed in the car or whatever, you should be very aware of the rights you have and don't ever think that like, oh, well, especially if it's serious.
Well, this should be in my weapon, but okay. Nah, it's not that bad. But I guess it should because Essence of Regeneration is static, right? And I don't want to lose the tension. So I don't want to imprint it on the ring. But maybe I can do some shit like this. And put the essence on control and essence on amulet. It's 26% is not much, but it's better than nothing. So. You can put that on amulet flag. Well, this is annoying then. This will put that in the meantime, but anyway, so
Serious questioning. You don't
I don't like this build. I don't like to play the build, especially in hardcore when I don't like the build. Maybe I should respect, but I'm too lazy.
ever want to get in a situation where you start answering questions and all of a sudden you're like in a fucked situation where it's like, hey, well, the reason we're actually talking is because we've got a call of like a suspected break-in, and now you just told me that you came walking from over there. You didn't have to say that you came walking from that area, but you told me, and now because we got a call, because you kind of match a description, and now because you told me you're walking there, I actually have probable cause to arrest you. Like, now I'm going to take you down to the station for questioning. Now you're in a whole bunch of trouble you didn't even realize that you were being questioned about. Just, you got to be very, 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 very careful when it comes to like answering questions from cops, because you might be incriminating yourself in ways that you didn't even realize. Yeah, just be careful. So always get a lawyer right off the bat. Not right off the bat, just, bro, I don't know your rights, okay? That's what I'd say. Good luck, be careful. Yes, always ask for a lawyer whenever a cop wants to talk to you. There's no reason not to. That's not true. Nobody's gonna say, I want to call my lawyer for my speeding ticket detainment. Destiny, do you know why I pulled you over? It was a question asked by a cop and a traffic stop to elicit an incriminating response. If your response is anything but I want a lawyer, you risk giving the state evidence that you don't need to. No, I don't think that's true. Cops might ask you that question to like do some other bullshit, but the police officer doesn't need your admission of a crime to pull you over and get you on like speeding. Like if a cop has dinged you with a radar gun and he's got you speeding, he doesn't need you to say, do I know why I pulled you over? Yeah, because I was speeding. Gotcha, bitch.
Can you show your pingings in the car? That's my FPS, that's not... Yeah, that's a lot, what the fuck? How is that possible? Am I on my own network? Let's go down.
Like, he's already got enough evidence to win in court and everything. Generally, when cops are talking, generally when cops are asking questions, there's two things going on. On the good faith version, which is probably most cops, okay, as a fellow cop lover, I'll say this, most cops are usually asking questions because they're just trying to figure out what the f is going on. And the more they talk to you, the more they're getting an idea of who they're talking to, right? So if you start slowing your speech, if you start acting really weird and shady, if you, whatever, like, cop is making a whole bunch of character assessments every time you open your mouth to say anything. Number one, okay? Now, in the bad faith sense, if you open your mouth and you say some shit, a cop is looking to just f you on things, for you to admit to other things, like, why'd you get pulled over? Oh, because maybe my tail light's out because my registration's expired. Maybe you pulled me over because you know I have a warrant. Like, they're looking for you to say some dumb shit that they can, like, further build an investigation on or use the probable cause for investigation. But generally, cops are trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Yeah, anyway, sorry.
Under Missouri's law, he had a right to decline to identify himself without penalty. However, it's important to note that in some situations, a 911 call alone can provide enough evidence to support detaining and identifying an individual in a state that requires citizens to comply with an officer's identification demands when the officer has reasonable suspicion of criminal activity. As the Supreme Court explained in the 2014 case of Navarrete versus California, the court has, quote, firmly rejected the argument that reason...
I don't know, I'm only a paralegal. Get Peace Corps, Esports Batman here to tell you why you're wrong. You're not going to listen to me when you're wrong. I've already talked to enough criminal litigators or criminal lawyers to know. Yeah, I know I'm right 100% on this. But yeah, knocking stuff out. You don't need to. If a cop dings you with a gun, you don't need an admission there to be guilty of a crime. Or you can probably Google "fight my traffic ticket." You can never go to court and say, "Oh, well, it's his word against mine," because there's some legal reason why, assuming the officer has proper training with a radar gun and dings your speed or whatever, like that admissible evidence is going to outweigh your testimony that you weren't speeding. That's how that works. But listen, if you don't agree, then hey, fuck me. Go fight your speeding ticket. Good luck.
Reasonable cause for an investigative stop can only be based on the officer's personal observation rather than on information supplied by another person. And a 911...
I wanted to try the blood build, but I think it sucks, man. Yeah, the best damage doesn't seem that bad. The essence cost is lower. You have the pierce here. It's really good too. But I guess you can't scale blood like you scale with max essence. But you could scale an overpower. I'm really curious. Because with all the aspect, you can do some cool stuff with blood orbs. So yeah, I'm kind of curious of the viability of build like this. Maybe a blood plus minion build would be cool. I want to try this, but maybe I should try on my main. Not on my hardcore character. Seems really tanky though. But I don't know if it will lack damage. But see, if you scale on overpower and vulnerability, maybe it would be okay, but you still lose this, basically. This is why Bone Spear is broken, right? Because it's multiplicative, not an additive. So basically, right now, I have 109 cents, which is low, but if I cast a spear, it's basically 100% more damage. And it's more actually because I also have this. So here it's a percent, sorry. So it's not that good, but still more. So yeah, it's like a little bit more than a 100% damage here. So yeah. And you can scale relatively well your max essence. You can get it on Helm, 2 rings. So yeah, that's what Bone Spear is broken. I don't like Bone Spear personally, but I have a 2 Necro level 70 or 80 more, and I never tried it, so it's okay. I'm going to try it on my hardcore reroll, but yeah, it does a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but I don't like the playstyle, I prefer minions. And now I'm curious about blood, so maybe I will try something with that.
111 call can be...
If you ask a cop if you're compelled to answer, will they answer honestly? In my experience in watching videos that I've seen on the internet, it seems to be the case that if they ask the cop, do I have to answer this? Usually the cop will say, no, you don't have to, just go to go. However, be careful. You don't always want to rely on cops to tell you your rights because one, they might be a little bit sneaky with it. And two, they sometimes don't know. Sometimes police officers don't know the rights that you have. I think we've watched videos where cops have tried to compel people saying, no, you have to give me ID. No, you have to do it. And the cop actually doesn't know. The cop's actually dead wrong. Or there's that one where the cop's like, I'm going to arrest you for blocking the traffic when that guy's dad was across the street. And then other cops are saying, I'm arresting you because you're recording me, when that's not legal as well. So you don't always want to rely on a cop to tell you what the limitations of your rights or freedoms are. Like, yeah.
Sufficient to create a reasonable suspicion as long as the call shows, quote, adequate indicia of reliability.
If the cop is wrong on cam, what would happen? I don't believe there's a penalty for a cop not accurately telling you your rights, but maybe you can fight over that in court. But if you ask a cop, like, because I think the state would say it's your responsibility to know what your rights are. But if a cop says, like if a cop were to tell you that you had to talk to them, do they get, well, I'm not sure, actually. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. I don't know. You'd have to ask a lawyer for that. I'm not sure. If you were like, do I have to give you my ID? And the cop is like, yes, you have to give me your ID. And you didn't have to give them your ID. And that ID, that later starts an investigation that gets you in trouble for something. Maybe you could argue in court, like, fruit of the poison tree or some bullshit. I don't know, that like, since an investigation is built off an improper thing like that, and the cop said that, I don't know if the court would just say, it's your responsibility, you know your rights, it doesn't matter if the cop is right. I don't know the answer to that.
Randomizer. That's really bad. I think in France you... Well, I'm not
Give
sure.
the officer
actually in
credit the
France.
caller's account.
Oh, you wanna charge me with a crime?
No, if you don't identify yourself,
We want to identify you.
Well, I don't. I'm sorry, but I have to enforce my Fourth Amendment rights. So,
Well,
I don't understand.
you have the right to
If you
identify
think
yourself to me.
if you
so
think
where's your ID?
if you think your
What is this?
prosecutor's gonna back you up on that, they want to follow through on this charge. We'll see how those arguments go. They tend not to go too well in your favor.
Okay.
Just doing this.
Well,
What, a charge of what?
Do you not want to give me your driver's license?
Well, do you want to give me your driver's license?
I don't have to give you my driver's license.
Well, I don't understand why you can't give
I'm
me.
making contact with you.
I'm making contact with you.
I'm going to run
And
you, make
these
sure
two.
there's no warrants.
Are you asking ID for your own curiosity, or for the betterment of the
We were called over here because there was someone that was irate.
irate?
City Hall.
Okay.
The reason we're asking for your ID is because a crime has been committed. We're not
Oh.
trying to charge you with one.
Well, if you think you want to follow through on charging me with a crime, I mean, see what your prosecutor, your city
Am I
prosecutor would want to,
Wait, hold on.
go through.
So here's the question: is why don't you identify yourself? We'll all move on.
Well, why don't we establish the crime? And we got a Fourth Amendment here. We got to get through here.
It's 31 life on
All right.
kill. Wait, is this a good
And,
ring?
I mean,
No.
there's steps to take with that. If you want to fully charge me with the crime, then I guess you'll have to arrest me, and follow through on that.
Sheriff Place claims that Mr. Hines has committed a crime because they received reports that he was acting, quote-unquote, irate. However, he does
No.
not specify which crime Mr. Hines has committed. And there are some circumstances where being, quote-unquote, irate could rise to the level of a crime. Nonetheless, in this situation, it does not appear that Mr. Hines' conduct violated any of Missouri's laws. For example, Section 574.010 of the Missouri Revised Statute states that, quote, a person commits the offense of peace disturbance if he or she unreasonably and knowingly disturbs or alarms another person or persons by loud noise, offensive language addressed in a face-to-face manner to a specific individual, threatening to commit a felonious act against any person, fighting, or creating a nauseous and offensive odor. While it is possible that the City Hall employees were alarmed by Mr. Hines' behavior, he did not create loud noises, use offensive language, make threats, or fight, and it is more than questionable whether the employee's alarm was reasonable. Similarly, Section 565.091 of the Missouri Revised Statutes defines the offense of harassment in the second degree, explaining that an individual commits this crime if, quote, he or she, without good cause, engages in any act with the purpose to cause emotional distress to another person. And Section 565.090 defines harassment in the first degree as engaging in the same behavior and actually causing the person to suffer emotional distress. Again, although it does appear that Mr. Hines' behavior created at least some level of emotional distress for the City Hall employees, there is absolutely no evidence that Mr. Hines instigated this interaction with the purpose of distressing them. And even if it could be argued that his behavior was meant to cause emotional distress, Mr. Hines was clearly within his First Amendment rights to complain about the parking situation.
If you think that's what your city prosecutor is going to support you on, I mean, this is a contact thing. I just asking about parking. This would be laughed out of court, Harris. But if you want to follow through,
Yeah. Are you failing to give me your ID?
are you failing to give me your ID?
Are you failing to give me your ID?
Okay, I'm willing to exchange IDs.
Face the wall.
All right.
Put your phone down.
All right.
Why does he give that up? Why does he say, I will exchange IDs? Why would you say anything at all? You don't have to.
Yeah.
Put your phone down.
After Mr. Hines refused to give his ID to Officer Harris placed him under arrest.
Well, but it's not just that he I don't think cops, like, being irate to a cop, I guess is going to be up to interpretation. But, like, it sounds like the guy has the opportunity to leave multiple times. He asked the guy, he said, am I being detained? And the cop said no, so he could have just left. Instead of being like, I want your ID, the cop can just say, or the guy can say, like, I don't want to give you my ID, and then it's over. But he's like, do you want to trade IDs? Do you want to, like, I don't know. That's his channel's gimmick. He asks to exchange IDs with cops. Yeah, I guess. Like, cops need to learn how to handle themselves better against, like, these sovereign citizen dipshits. But I'm like, the sovereign citizen dipshits are doing the best that they can to, like, get a rise out of the officer. Like, that's the whole point of their channel usually, right?
Hines was held in the county jail overnight and charged with second-degree harassment and peace disturbance. The charges were dropped a few days later, but it is unclear whether Mr. Hines will be following up this encounter with legal action. Overall, the Bethany officers get an F for escalating an innocent encounter into a criminal arrest, displaying a fundamental misunderstanding of Missouri's identification laws, and for baselessly accusing Mr. Hines of committing a crime in an effort to gain control of the situation. Instead of approaching Mr. Hines in an effort to assist him or be of service in some capacity, the Bethany officers criminalized his behavior and ultimately arrested him for failing to comply with their unlawful orders. This interaction presented a perfect...
I'm gonna guess that he gives the guy on the video, I'm gonna guess he gives him an A-. That's my guess.
Opportunity for the officers to welcome a citizen to their city and address any concerns that Mr. Hines had about the parking situation. And nothing that Mr. Hines did suggested that criminal activity was afoot. The Bethany officers blatantly misrepresented several laws, completely disregarded Mr. Hines' Fourth Amendment rights, and failed to do any measure of investigation before conducting an arrest. And it's no wonder that the charges against Mr. Hines were promptly dismissed. This interaction highlights how...
Wait, he asked for the cop to move and he refused. Is that true? I didn't hear that part, or I wasn't paying attention when he said that. I heard him ask if he's being detained, and the cop said, no, you're not being detained. I heard that very clearly. I didn't hear him say, can you move? But he might have, and I missed it, but...
Quickly, a small misunderstanding can escalate into an unnecessary arrest when members of law enforcement neglect to properly carry out their duties. Mr. Hines gets an A, because although...
You watch.
He could have exercised his right to silence more effectively. He remained calm
What am I doing?
throughout the encounter, maintained a reasonable balance between complying with the officer's orders and questioning his conduct, and challenged the legitimacy of the officer's actions without becoming rude or vulgar. At no point did Mr. Hines commit a crime or display any conduct that would warrant a police officer's involvement. And it is difficult to understand why the Bethany City Hall employees called 911 at all. Mr. Hines does not...
It is absolutely not. The guy sounded like a schizo when he came to the counter. What was the start of this video? Am I parked for 2 hours? Can I park? Can I park? I don't even know if the city clerk would know the answer to this question. But, like, the guy at the start of the video sounded kind of like a schizo.
Yeah, but
consider himself a First Amendment auditor, but he is also no stranger to police
you
interaction.
could just say I
Mr.
don't
Hines
know.
lives in his car and travels all across the United States, stopping at various public parking lots to rest and enjoy whatever public facilities may be available. And this often
Oh,
results.
so he actually is a schizo. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the police being called to investigate his behavior. Mr. Hines often demonstrates a relatively thorough understanding of his rights, and certainly has a unique way of expressing himself and exercising those rights. Be sure to give Mr. Hines' channel your support. You can find a link in the description below. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic you would like us to discuss in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to check out my second channel for even more police interaction content.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that kind of content, obviously, it's for cloud, right? So, the guy is at an advantage because the cop he doesn't know he's going to end up on YouTube. But I guess my point is, if every cop would think permanently I might end up on YouTube, they would follow the law to the letter, and that's not a bad thing because I would hope to think low are made and passed to make the world better, but I'm kind of an utopist in that way. But yeah, so I don't think that's bad content. But I wouldn't judge the cop too harshly for that either. Yeah.
Okay. Just clarify, the arrest was wrong. I didn't see any reason for them to arrest the guy. You can ask him for shit or whatever. What would I have rated the people? The guy filming the video, I'd probably give him like a C+. Like he didn't technically break the law. He seems to be peripherally aware at least of what his rights are. But he's also like just annoying to deal with, and he also seems to be very desperate to escalate situations with cops for YouTube content. So I give him like a C, I guess, because he didn't technically do anything illegal. I'd give the cops, I'd probably give them, since anytime you're making like an arrest that you probably shouldn't make, the best you're getting is probably like a D+. So I'd give the cops probably like a D, because cops showed up. They also seemed kind of keen to escalate, as police officers in these videos often are. But like, I mean, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. The guy was acting kind of fucking schizo, but I'd probably give the cops like a D. I'd probably give him like a C. If I was in a worse mood, I'd give him a C-.
This is shit.
Why does being obnoxious and hostile weigh down his grade? Isn't it about his legal knowledge? No, I think it's about your engagement with the system in general. I don't think that, no, I think I don't think that just your, no, your demeanor and everything is incredibly important when it comes to managing encounters. Like if a cop comes up to me, like I have every right to be skittish as fuck if I want to. I can reach into my pocket if I want to, right? Like it's like, no, your demeanor is incredibly important when dealing with most people in life, right?
Hey, so in this video, we're gonna take a look at...
That's what horses eat.
That guy gets an A+.
Yeah, what, for making content for YouTube?
Yeah, exactly, for making... He has one job, to get cops...
1 sec, I'm gonna lower my screen quality a little bit because I'm lagging too much. It's very annoying. So yeah, I don't know if I need to restore the stream actually. Doesn't seem like it, but is my ping dropping or not? Not really. A little bit. Okay.
To arrest him when he's not doing something illegal, and he has to not like cross the line himself so that he won't get found in court. So he's like a Giga Chad. He did it. He acted super schizo. He might be schizo, but he acted super schizo, and he didn't do anything illegal, and the cops arrested him. So he's like A+. He was like right on the border of being like, can we actually charge this guy? You know?
Okay, I'll give him an A+ for YouTube content then. Okay.
Well, you don't think he
not for the interaction though. He handled the interaction.
Well, dude, if he
terribly.
no shit, if me or you walked in there, I'd be like, here, let me know how this will go. I'd be like, hey, so I noticed all the signs here say 2-hour parking, and I was just curious if you have anything that's longer. Oh no, sir, sorry, it's only 2-hour parking all around here, but I think there's a few streets over. All right, thanks, bye. And then that's the end. And I have no YouTube content. No shit, he can do that. He's going in there with a mission. Okay, he's got to get some cops to show up. He's got to get them to like be frisky. All the stuff, you know, that's how it's got to be. Like, right?
Yeah.
These videos would never happen if you were polite.
Not see in here. Sorry. True, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus, like I said, if I recall, I think he was gonna end up on YouTube.
Nice glitch.
Be a good incentive to respect the law.
Anything else you want to add to that?
You gonna anything else, me?
Yeah, gotcha. Anything else?
You motherfucker.
The goblin looked nothing. Let me check if I have another video to watch. Well, Destiny's streaming, so... Oh yeah, Farah is here.
Petrified of me.
You guys already talked and it was pretty timid.
Okay.
He was very timid.
It was very timid.
He was timid.
You were timid.
What are they talking about?
Why is the storm so much here?
I don't know. What time are you done streaming today?
Whenever the fuck I want to be.
Okay. Let me know when you want to set up the studio.
Okay. Do you think it would look good if I move my computer this way?
So So what's the goal again? Just to show more of this?
It gives me easier access behind my desk because I can't move my camera ever. That bothers me. And it lets me.
Is that really gonna be like an all-night thing that we have to choose between that or?
It's probably gonna take me like 30 because I'm probably gonna have to unplug fucking everything.
30 minutes.
It's gonna take me an hour. I have to unplug everything.
Aren't you up till like 5 a.m.?
Yeah, but I'm working on a ton of other shit. I have to finalize my fucking contract tonight and everything. All sorts of shit I'm working on.
I'm just gonna bring someone from Fiverr to do it.
You should do that.
Or TaskRabbit or whatever.
Have you ever thought about getting a maid?
I have considered it, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't want you near them.
I need you to not.
You're gonna sexually harass them.
Excuse me.
Wait, why? What were you gonna say?
Okay, I need you to not move from here. Listen what I'm trying to do. I told my assistant I was trying to find. It'd be nice to have a maid. More importantly, it would be so nice to have somebody that cooks.
You're gonna use my maid?
Well, we could share one.
Melina and I were discussing this, getting like a chef between all of us, a cook.
Yes.
But I was like, why don't we just order food? Like,
no, because ordered food is generally less healthy. It's usually more salt and butter, and you get
it just feels way more expensive.
Yeah, but it's
probably
better
a
for
little bit more expensive, but you can optimize for your diet so much more than just ordering
You want
every day.
some like
And
woman or
actually,
man
I don't
just
even think it is that much more expensive. If I order a
have
cheeseburger and
personal
fries,
chef?
yeah, a cheeseburger and fries from fucking Five Guys is like a $50 fucking order.
I don't think that's true. Oh, with
Literally.
delivery? Okay, but like to have a personal chef all day, isn't their hourly rate like?
It's not what I don't need them to be here all day.
It just probably
A
is.
meal a day. But I'm saying like you easily spend over $1,000 a month on ordering out, right? Easily.
Me?
Yeah, you probably
eat
do.
1 meal a week. So no.
Okay,
But
maybe you
most
don't.
people probably.
You can easily spend over 1,000. I know I spend probably $1,500 a month on fucking ordering on fucking DoorDash, right?
I think
So
a
you
personal
probably
chef
spend
would be way more. Let me look it up.
not way more, but like let's say you spend $1,000 a month. Let's say I spend $1,500 a month. Melina probably would spend whatever when she comes back, right? Between all of us, $3K a month. That's a personal chef. I'd pay a little bit more even for it because you have a guy making real meals or a woman making real meals.
But what if you eat all the food and I don't get any? Then I'm,
They
like,
would cook.
paying for
First of all,
nothing.
I'm never eating your nasty fucking vegetarian leaf food. Okay.
Okay.
You're not gonna find easy answers. I've already done all the digging on this shit. It's
Oh, you have?
hard as fuck. I had one interview set up, but they said that they're backed up for like 3 months. So I'm like, whatever. But maybe if we get somebody between both of us, they'd be like, oh, that's like worth it.
But then you also want a maid, or you want one person?
So I met somebody when I was in LA. He said that the fucking goated thing to do is to find like a single mom, because they know how to cook, they know how to clean, because they run households or whatever, and that's like the goated thing. And they'll like stay. They got one guy that I talked to for like he pays for $4,000 a month. She's at his house 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's like goated as fuck. I don't need that much like cleaning. It's like pretty basic. But like finding like a chef made combo.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
Goated.
Also,
I feel like
months,
we can
I
invest
would
all
do
the
it.
money in like we could get like pets.
I don't want a pet.
Like we could all get a dog.
I just want like a
Why
mom
do you?
or like a trad housewife.
Yeah, why do you want to
Isn't that
duck?
the way? Trad. Like I like that we're both getting like trad pills.
No. It would be my second partner would be trad. Never my primary partner. What a horribly boring existence. Hey, if there's any trad women out there that want to, I guess, be in a red pill relationship, or no, you can fuck people too. I don't give a fuck as long as you make meals and can clean.
An open trad wife relationship.
Yeah, open trad wife relationship. I'm taking applications, guys. Okay.
Yeah. I just feel like we could spend the money on so many other things.
Mm.
Like there's not that much to clean in
This
our
is hold on.
apartments.
Food is one of the most important aspects of your life. Stuff is going into your body. Okay.
I was thinking of we should get a trainer.
I know how to fucking move a weight around.
I don't.
Well, I tell you we can do it, but you don't want to go to the gym ever.
I literally said we could go today.
Really?
Yeah, I need this.
Okay. Are you ready in like 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be ready
I
in
just
30
need
minutes.
socks.
Okay. Do you not own any?
No, I don't. I didn't move here with socks, Destiny. When I came to visit you,
What? How do you? Why
I
do
didn't
you?
bring
Why do you wear?
socks. I've been
Do you have
wearing
shoes?
these since I moved here. You got these for me.
Do you have shoes?
I do have sneakers, yeah, just not socks.
Okay.
So just bring some socks.
No.
Deodorant. I
Do-
need to borrow a sports bra from your house.
What do you? Can you go to like?
Can we go to Lincoln Road?
You can go to Lincoln Road. Hold on. Oh, is it Friday? Okay, gym closes at 11. Go buy what you need to buy, and then text me when you're back, and then
It's
we'll.
raining. Drive me.
You have a fucking coat.
It, like,
Use it. Put it on your
storms here.
shoulders instead of using it for slut attire. Okay, and you'll be fine. Don't you have a hat? Get your MAGA hat. I'm sure you've got a few in your apartment.
Yeah.
Lincoln Road's like a 5-minute walk from here. You'll be okay.
It's 20.
Rent a bike. It's a 2-minute ride.
Oh, I got you a bike pass.
No, why would you do that?
So we could bike together.
Get.
She's so codependent.
What?
For Destiny.
Okay, go.
She has money.
Text me when you're back. I'm gymming tonight.
You're not just gonna give me socks?
No, Melina already fucking steals my socks. They're my socks. Go buy your own socks.
Guilty from no jumper.
It says what?
It says snap your fingers and say drive me now.
No.
Say hi to your boy Guilty.
I'm not gonna say hi to my boy Guilty.
Why? He got you on the show.
Shut up. Okay, go buy your shit. I'm gonna order something to eat on DoorDash, waste all my fucking money, and then we're gonna go gym when you get back, okay?
Can I have some food too?
I'm ordering 5 Guys.
He said he hates me.
Good.
Okay.
You're going to Lincoln Road. Just pick up some food while you're down there.
I
don't know what I'm doing yet.
Go buy some.
Are you
Didn't
serious?
you say you need a sports bra too?
Yeah.
So get that too. Those are 2 things. That's not one thing.
Well, what kind of workout are we doing? If we're not doing cardio, then I don't need one.
What if I want to stream it?
Then no sports bra is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, no sports bra or a sports bra? I don't want to do a slut stream.
There's jiggle.
No, we don't need jiggle. We need functional athletic movements.
Wait, no, you're not streaming this. You're not fucking Mira. You're not gonna embarrass me.
Why would you get embarrassed?
Because she'd make me sit on the bar and
I'm not doing gay weird
me.
shit at the fucking gym. We're doing functional workouts. Today's push day. Okay, you're gonna bench press and all that. It'll be totally fun.
Why do we have to stream it?
Because remember when you saw Matt and Brett and you were like, oh my god, you see how they do the fishing stuff together?
That's
that
not
should be
this.
us.
That's like
it totally is this. This is
father-daughter
wholesome
activities.
father-daughter activities. What could be more father and daughter than a father wanting his daughter to get strong and be able to protect herself
They're
in
gonna
case
make
somebody gets
fun of
pushy?
me.
They make
It's so real.
fun of me. Who cares?
I've literally never worked out. I don't.
That's
know how to
fine.
do
They
it.
know that. We'll be.
I'm
They,
gonna be
listen,
self-conscious.
half of these guys have never worked out. You'll be asking all the same questions that they have. You'll be good.
No, I'm not working on stream. I'm not gonna come if you're doing it. No, I mean you could do it. Go stream, but like maybe.
They
want to
see.
Thing?
They want to see it. Okay.
Bro.
They're ready for it. Here, let's poll them, okay? If it gets over like 85%, that's a
Why
really
would that
big.
change my decision? My decision wasn't based on.
Okay,
their
wait. What if it
desires.
gets over 90%?
No.
95%?
No.
It's gonna DGG is crazy, so
96%. That's my final offer.
it's gonna be over 96. I'm too lazy to open this thing.
It's no, it's not gonna be 100%.
Why?
Because one person will vote no, just be a dick.
Let's see.
96%.
No.
97. That's the highest.
99.
No, 90. No.
Why?
Because there's too many dicks out there that'll just vote. Okay, fine, 99.
No. Because then I won't be able to go on Reddit all week because they're gonna be roasting my form.
They're not gonna roast you. We're not even gonna get 96.
Amazing.
That's a huge number of people. 92%.
It's going down.
91%. That's a huge. That means for every one person saying no, there's 10 people saying yes.
So there's 9 people saying this.
Look at that.
There's just so many other things we could do on stream. We could go kayaking.
Boring.
Do you want to go kayaking
No,
tomorrow?
we're gonna die. Look, gym is where life is, okay? This is where we're gonna build you a brighter foundation.
Is this the only way we can hang out?
If I say yes, will you let me stream it?
No, I'm saying like, is this the only times we're gonna hang out? Is like stream and gym? Like, are we not gonna do friend activities?
Why is every girl like this? What's that? Does that not count as an activity?
Gym?
Yeah.
No. I thought we would do fun things.
Does shooting count as an activity?
Yeah.
Can we stream that?
Yeah.
Why would you stream shooting where you could die, but not
It
the
feels
gym?
less sexual.
Why does the gym feel Why are you so weird?
Guys, like, I have these guy friends who are like, I find it hotter when girls are in leggings than in lingerie. Like, guys, like, love athleisure.
Wear sweatpants. You don't have to wear.
They
You don't need
love
like
that.
your.
They love that even more. They're like, oh, tied hair, sweatpants.
Okay, be naked. What do you want me to say? What?
I don't want to do anything sexual.
We're not doing sexual. You're moving a weight up and down.
They'll find a way.
Why you're sexualizing right now?
Do you think when you see clips of girls working out going like viral, do you think like those are going viral
No, but there's not gonna be clips of you going viral because we're not gonna be zoomed up your fucking ass crack showing people how to do fucking squats.
What are we doing?
Today's push day, so it's just like pushing things. Think about it on your way to Lincoln Road and coming back, okay?
No, because now you doxed me.
What do you mean I doxed
Someone's
you?
gonna meet me there to kill me.
We live on Miami Beach. There's like 3 streets here. If somebody walks outside, there's like a 20% chance they're gonna run into you.
What time do you stream tomorrow? I want to do something fun this weekend. A fun activity. I haven't seen you in like 3 weeks.
Let me see.
I've been cooped up all week sick. I'm finally recovering.
Wilson,
Guilty says, tell him to acknowledge me. All caps.
Who said? Oh, hi.
You're enraging him.
Okay, go get your stuff for Gemini night, okay? We don't have to stream it. Go ahead. But think about
No.
streaming it. What?
They're gonna hate me more if you don't stream. You should stream, and then afterwards we can bike. That'd be such a fun stream.
I can't bike.
Why?
Because I did leg day yesterday. I'm supposed to recover today. It'll fuck my
It's
shit up.
literally like a flat island. I don't think that should like...
It doesn't matter. It's the idea of like, I can't, my quads need to recover.
We go for a stroll.
We can walk.
Yeah.
That they do too.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
Be careful. Oh, wait. You're not gonna put your chair back over there? Wow, thanks. Be careful.
Such is fun.
Jesus. Destiny, she is still coping. They removed my LSF thread. At 700 comments. Oh my god.
You say that, Dexterito. Pokey, it's just not worth me giving opinions because guess what? It doesn't change anything and it doesn't matter anyway. That's like my grandpa devoting his life to politics when no one's listening to you, old fucking bitch. Play your damn crossword puzzle and shut up. That's why I don't care. It's because no one actually all it's gonna do is just get me hate. Why would I give an opinion?
Actually, I agree. Not always, but a lot of the time.
Thank you. It's like, why give your opinion on
Fucking
stuff?
hate mischief is so dumb and so manipulative. I don't know what, but something is wrong with this guy. I would not trust him as a person ever. That's my feeling every time I hear him talk. Like, I have no idea why, but I don't like him. I have no argument, no proof, nothing, right? It's just a feeling. But sometimes I have this feeling with people and I'm rarely wrong. Even as a parasocial viewer, right? It's the way he says things, the way he talks to people, the way he looks at them, like, something is wrong with this guy. Yeah.
It's not going to change anything, and all it's going to do is give you hate. There's no point.
Sometimes it changes things. Hey, remember when we said gambling bad and Twitch said, okay, no more unregulated crypto gambling websites?
Yeah, but see, that's bullshit. For the record, I don't take Poki, I don't think anything is wrong with her. But this take is wrong. Because Twitch didn't really get rid of gambling, right? There's still gambling on Twitch, just not unregulated word. Haircut. But gambling is still bad, right? If the regulated, unregulated thing is like a detail. If you're addicted to gambling, you can lose all your probably your fucking money on regulated shit. So yeah, I don't know. Seems like a bullshit argument because Twitch didn't change very basically. They just removed Federate, right?
Yeah, and then they just put it on their own ads. Right, I agree.
Okay, but, there was still some change.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes
instead of me having to go to the direct biz, you say that, Dexterito. Pussy.
But yeah, on the kick and Twitch and gambling stuff.
I'm being held in Thailand.
There's no way this is real. I don't believe it. I don't believe anything by any of these people on the internet anymore.
Yeah, I don't like gambling, but let's see why I must say monkey, right? It's a platform, it's a good platform, it works well. I'm not promoting gambling. And yeah, if you want to do it, a lot of stuff are promoting NFC habits, NFC stuff. I would argue that social network and instant gratification is worse than gambling at the big scale, right? Because gambling addiction is a low percentage of the population, but social network addiction is like big and it's children's. So, and we have no idea on the long-term effect of this. But gambling addiction is pretty well documented, I guess. So, I don't know, I don't see that as a moral reason to not see that kick. This is stupid. Plus, tech is not kick, right? So, like Twitch is not Amazon.
That I've done a few nights ago at a hotel.
I think I forgot the chest.
It's a common occurrence in Thailand that they do this. I don't believe you. Even if you proved it to me, I still wouldn't believe you.
I'm being held in Thailand for the actions that I've done a few nights ago at a hotel in Bangkok, Thailand. I wanted to make this video to apologize to Mrs. No Parat Oompa and the Bayan Tree Hotel in Bangkok for the actions that I've done. I did not know the severity of the actions that I've caused, and I was just trying to have fun, and I'm sorry. We were drunk, we were in a room. I just didn't understand the severity of what I've done. I'm lap dancing on my girlfriend, and I'm sorry for that.
I'm sorry.
I did not want to cause any negative actions towards anyone, and I didn't want to make the hotel look bad or anything, so I apologize.
You apologize.
I hope for the speedy release of all of us, and thank you.
Thank you.
Is that bullshit or not? Maybe, probably.
Tell me these prices just like aren't fucking insane. Hold on. Okay. Bacon. Okay, here's what I'm getting. Wait.
This is not bad.
Why is Hascord apparently is more active than Discord? Oh, because my community is not on Discord as much. I have a Discord community, but I don't think those guys know who I even am.
Movement speed boots are so rare. This is not bad. Love to have maximum sense.
Like, I think they just make up the prices on DoorDash to fuck you. So, for instance, I want to get a side of Little Cajun fries. It costs $7.07. Like, isn't that crazy? So, I've got a bacon cheeseburger, a Coke Zero, and a Little Cajun fries. Now, on the checkout thing, the price is $26.97. Now, I'm going to click checkout. So, delivery fee is $1.99, whatever that is. Fees and estimated tax is $6.48. Tip is $4.50. So it's $39.94. $40 for a cheeseburger, fries, and a drink. $40. Is that not a little wild?
Oh, I don't have this. Fuck. I don't have this aspect.
Dash Pass, you dipshit. I don't know what Dash Pass? I don't know what the fuck that is. If you put the tip at 0%, DoorDash will cover the tip. Dash Pass is free delivery. I thought I had that with my Chase credit card automatically.
I don't know what level I should go to tier 3. I guess I might level enough now. Because it's 50, I think, the trial to go to World 3. So maybe I should go to World 3 because secret items are so OP compared to normal items. Hopefully I don't die. Would have loved to have the enchant on ring that give essence when you crit, but apparently I can get it. So.
Can you hear me?
Who is it? Is that Lycan?
It is.
What up?
I'm on a headset. How you doing? Dash Pass is nice. It will take away some of the fees. They're like really expensive, like $3.99, $7.99, whatever. But all DoorDash is more expensive because the restaurants are being eaten 15 to 30% from DoorDash. So if you go look at the price of something on their website versus the DoorDash price, you're going to be paying more across the board. And Dash Pass doesn't guarantee every restaurant. Some restaurants don't participate, so you don't get free Dash Pass shit from them.
Wow. Okay. Well, thanks for the
Okay,
update.
that was it. Yep.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye.
How you doing?
Okay. Oh, another LSF thread. We are going to be fighting an LSF, okay? I do condone the fighting. Wait, why the fuck was I the thread on this? Wait, did this thread get removed too? They removed one of the threads. Did this other thread get removed? Oh no, they removed both of the threads. This one had 700 comments as well. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, LSF on clips. Okay, that's fine. Don't care. Here we go, true. The takes on this website about why it wasn't that bad. Some people died because they had money or were psychotic. True!
What?
It's not really about the money. They paid $250,000 to go to that safety nightmare. They willingly took a huge risk and paid tons of money to go down there. Okay, but like they probably didn't know it was a huge risk, right? Why would you ascribe so much agency to these people? Like you generally you don't. Like you kind of trust the people that you're taking rides from, right? Read the comments on the other screen. I don't care that much about having threads out. Wait, they willingly took a huge risk and paid tons of money to go down there. It's like rich people dying at Mount Everest. Mount Everest is different because you're like when you go on a submarine, you're not thinking like there's a good chance that that would be my guess at least. Yeah, it was also a risk to riot. True. Oscord incoming. Uh-oh. Oh, true. Oh, I remember I was on Dancing when the Queen died. Jesus. It's indefensible. I said at the time, a lot of us love edgy shit. I love to laugh at horrible events, but we know, especially among our close friends, we aren't actually celebrating someone dying or making fun. Yeah, true. Like, dude, there are some submarine jokes that were fucking hilarious. And I think it is funny. It's kind of a fucked up, but also a little bit of a funny situation. Some of the richest people in the world get into a fucking tiny ass tube and they get crushed to the bottom of the ocean. There's a lot of dark humor to be found there. I agree with that. But it hits a lot different when the people that are joking actually think it's cool and funny that like wealthy people died. It's supposed to be dark humor because it's bad, not because like,
yeah,
not because you actually agree with it. Then it's just, yeah, it's not dark humor anymore. It's just like you accurately stating your belief.
What's the story? I miss it. some people rented a submarine and put themselves stuff with it. I don't know what the story is.
Yeah, it's like Nick Fuentes making Holocaust jokes.
Yeah.
I make the best Holocaust jokes, okay?
I don't know the story.
I felt like Vosh had a lot better take on the submarine accident, in that it's fine to make jokes, as people make jokes about 9/11 school shootings. It's just celebrating the death of random rich people isn't praxy, and it comes off as psychotic and spiteful. True. Both sides virtue signaling hard. Destiny does not give a fuck about these rich people dying or being made fun of. Hassan is doing it to keep in line with his rhetoric and image to make more money. Treasured on. I mean, like, yeah, I don't really care. I didn't know the people. But I do care if people are, like, thinking it's okay to celebrate, like, the death of other people. That's kind of weird, unless you got a really good reason for it. NFT peddling loser, kick streamer, bitch made. True. Destiny, Planned Parenthood made a post today saying virginity is a social construct. Agree or disagree? I mean, it's kind of true. Virginity is fucking retarded, and all the talks about it are fucking retarded. Girl's hymen is usually broken, like 99% of the time before she has sex for the first time. And, like, what people consider virginity is, like, fucking retarded. Like, girls that'll get fucked in the ass for 2 years and think they're still virgin. Like, this is fucking retarded. It honestly, it is. I would defend that woke position or whatever. Virginity is absolutely a social construct. The way that people approach it is fucking retarded. It's so funny, too, the idea that, like, if a girl has fucked 50 dudes, like, her pussy's not going to work anymore, but if you fuck a girl 50 times, it's still going to be as tight as the day you met her. It's just stupid. It's the dumbest shit in the world. I think it's all fucking retarded. People say, like, oral sex isn't... Does Destiny not know about Schadenfreude? Nothing about this is... Explain how this is Schadenfreude, you fucking retard. If it was the case that these billionaires were, like, on a tour of their brand new slave factory, and during the tour of their slave factory, like, one of the, like, machines killed them, that might be Schadenfreude. But not random. They're not even, like, hurting anybody. I think that's, like, the saddest thing at all. Like, there's not even anything happening. It's just like they just went on a submarine to go see some...
I need to read the story. Rich people dying to marine.
Reminder Destiny joke, by the way.
My understanding is that the property...
Oh, to be fair, this is like... Schadenfreude is taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'm pretty sure there's a heavy implication that they're doing something that is, like, the reason why they're getting fucked with is, like, kind of ironic, or it's, like, contrary to something they're trying to do.
Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude. Whatever. Pleasure derived by another person's misfortune. I feel like when I use this word, when I hear this word used, there's usually the implication that they did something to deserve it. Like, if some guy is, like, walking and, like, a tree falls on him, I don't think you'd say that was, like, Schadenfreude. It absolutely isn't implied, you fucking retard. Sorry, I was being polite. I'll be more firm. You are fucking retarded. It is absolutely implied that way. Nobody says, like, oh, I'm getting such Schadenfreude from this because a person just, like, randomly has a really fucking shitty day. Usually there's some karmic implication. You autistic ass be fucking retarded.
Yeah, so... Yeah, people die, so it's sad.
Retarded piece of shit.
Where is the silent chamber? I don't remember.
No, Destiny, I am German, and it really doesn't matter. If you're German, you don't matter. I don't care about you, because you killed my friend's people, okay? No one cares about what the word means in German. Okay, we've taken it from you. There are more English speakers than German speakers, and we beat you in World War II, so now we're taking your words as well, okay?
Destiny is such a troll.
Fuck you.
Okay. I'm not even German, I'm French, but I lived in Berlin for 8 years, so... Kind of. I'm gonna defend German people.
Pearl's assistant wants to box you. Why would I even...
I'm actually putting this out there. You think if me and Destiny should step in the ring, you think he's gonna come out, he's gonna be the one that's gonna work out?
I tried, you know what's funny? I tried to set up a boxing match between him and Nick. I felt like that was like a fair...
Yeah, Nick will still punch him up.
Yeah, but Destiny, the weight difference was too much, I guess.
I was gonna do it, but I think it was like... The way that she set that up was like Nick was gonna gain like 15 pounds and she wanted me to lose like 30 pounds. I think she wanted us boxing at like 135 or something, or 140. There was no fucking way that I'm gonna do 6 months of training trying to cut that hard the whole time while he gets to gain like 20 pounds. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck. How much does Nick weigh? Nick looks like he weighs like 110 pounds, okay? But also, more pressingly, I just don't want to give like press and publicity to those people.
Good decision.
This was decision.
Well,
I spent arrested for being inappropriate or expensive.
Why does my
You cannot do this in Thailand.
Okay.
it's working again?
This dude is a kick streamer.
Jesus.
Would you wear this too?
Jesus.
Yeah, I understand, but there was a.
Everything in the record, okay? You can see the photo.
If it worked, we're fit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Got to dude.
Alright, we're done.
What are we watching?
Oh, they got the whole squad. What the hell?
And actually, I would like you guys to be appropriate in our property if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
The private dining room is not the club, so if you wouldn't mind, I would kindly need your favor to.
Well, that's fine. We're finished anyways. We'll take the bill and we'll pay. We'll take the bill and pay. So we're finished. I mean.
Absolutely.
How you doing? What is this?
What happened? I'm a general manager here.
Oh, hey, what's up?
So what are you doing now? This is on the policeman 191, and I would like all of you to go to the police station now. If you are doing something like this, it's unrespectful for Thai culture.
No, we're not doing any of that.
We don't do.
No, it's not like that. We're not.
I see the photo, and all of them have CCTV.
All right, well, you can check it.
We will make the police report now immediately. Can you call now?
Yes.
Okay. We have the photo and everything in the record. Okay, you can filming me. My name is General Manager of Bangkok. What are you doing if you not respect Thai culture and Thai women?
I'm sorry.
But what? I mean,
You cannot do this in Thailand.
Okay. Please.
This is very serious, and my manager is woman also. I'm in a meeting with the customer at the rooftop, and what are you doing? Can you put it down now, or you want to have a case with me?
No, I'm
We
good.
can go to police station now. Can you call immediately? They are 191 of.
We don't want any problems, and we apologize.
Please, calm down.
Can you open all the video now?
We can pay and leave.
I don't care your money. Money is nothing in Thailand, okay? If you not respect Thai people. You have to say sorry and by writing now.
We'll write it down.
I'm sorry.
You have to write a letter now.
This is very bad.
I would like to have all your passport now.
We're just trying to have fun.
It's not fun.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can you write down now? And I would like to see your passport. Give me the passport now, and I want to see your video. Can you open it now?
Yeah, I can walk with you too.
I don't want you to walk anywhere because.
Oof, I don't know my rights, and like I would before going to some of these countries, I feel like I would look this up.
Yeah. Can a private citizen ask you for your password? This seems weird. Because I was in Asia, Indonesia, and the rule can change depending on where you are, but so we don't care about money. It's not what you can literally buy cop in some part of Indonesia. So.
I don't think I would ever surrender my passport to anybody.
Yeah.
I would be so fucking paranoid. I feel like I would be like, let me go to a U.S. embassy. I need to get the fuck out of here. Oof. I don't think I would ever. I don't know. They probably have the right to demand it from you, though, right? Surrendering your passport to somebody, that sounds like the scariest fucking thing in the world.
Can they demand as a private citizen?
They take passports all the time. It's insane. Yeah, I don't know what rights you have there. You might not have any. Like,
Yeah, they take passports if you, for example, if you want to have something expensive like a car or a building, stuff like this. Sometimes they ask you for your passport as a counterpart, but you can always give money instead. That's my experience anyway, but maybe it's not in Thailand. I never went to Thailand. But, in Asia, that was the impression I got, but yes, it's not always the same everywhere. But from my understanding, you can almost always give money instead. Like, if you want to rent a building for a month, for example, you're gonna pay the rent, right? And you can leave something as a Bundapal like your passport, or you can pay like 5,000 or 10,000, and you get them back when they get the building. So that's it. It's worth. If it's not a scam, right? But let's say it's not for the sake of arguing. But just a private person.
Listen, I'm here as a lawyer. Listen, I have to save Chris. Hey, Chris, hey, stop. I came as a lawyer. Hey, I don't know. Yes. Can you please turn off your live stream? Oh no, it's not on. It's off. It's not. It's off. Live. Please get out. We don't know. We have to say. I'm here. I'm here. I'm the lawyer. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Okay, you make fun.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
This is too funny, sir.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I had to say that's my lawyer. No police. I leave. Oh my God! I leave. I leave. I leave. I leave. I leave. I leave. Okay.
Stop it. I'm not talking about you. So,
I'm the lawyer. I'm the lawyer. I have to be there to save my client. I'm a lawyer.
what's your card? Lawyer card?
It's in America.
Seriously?
I'm a lawyer, baby. I went to school for finance. I'm here. I need to speak for my clients. I need to speak for my clients. I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm out. He said leave. I'm leaving. I'm getting out. I'm getting the fuck out. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Oh my God, chat. Oh, to your price. Oh my God, police actually your price.
Yeah, so to get password, we didn't do anything illegal. Till Santa wakes us up. This is fucking bullshit. If I go dark for an hour, call embassy. Bro, that one was crazy. I'm getting flight out. I don't want to be involved with this. I said,
Pretty guys.
Johnny Somali disguises himself and goes.
I'm a bit tired of YouTuber and shit. I know when I lived in Germany, I was in Friedrichshain, right? And it's a very popular neighborhood for tourists. But like, especially for French people, right? Like, a lot of people from Paris can come from the weekends, they enter the club, they drink, and they go back to Paris on the Sunday. And I know some people are tired of this. So I'm guessing having a lot of tourists is good, but the type of tourists now with YouTubers and shit like this, and young millionaires, must be kind of annoying for making fun of their culture and stuff like this. I don't know. Especially because they most likely watch it on YouTube afterwards, so I don't know, it's weird. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm not read documents or students, but that's my guess, right?
Wait, what is this? Unhinged Destiny hate on LSF.
What?
During the last Starter drama related to Destiny and LSF, the game of Kings Harris, a crazy individual who not only used the most fun students, but also accused multiple people of the exact same thing he was doing. This Redditor claimed I and many others were using alt accounts and LSF in order to manipulate the conversation / evade. Here are some of the many examples of this Redditor.
Gabriel nursing
You'll notice many of the screenshots refer to me, alt guy 2, but many of those replies are aimed at random accounts that have no relation whatsoever. That's not all it was. The multiple times he claimed others were using alt accounts, he himself was using an alt account the entire time. The first piece of evidence is how often these two accounts seem to end up replying to the exact same personal conversation. To differentiate between these accounts without witch hunting, I used the names user1, user2, user1 being the original account in the screenshots earlier. User 1, user 2. Edit, user 2 responded to all my comments but blocked me, so I couldn't respond. Imagine someone's comments and then... Oh, this is one guy and then he's being responded to by both people. Why are Destiny simps so fucking embarrassing? Stick to your moral degenerate, grifters, hellhole subs, and leave the normal people alone, creep. It's amusing how you lie about this. Oh, and then user 2. The stats show how likely various sub-users are likely to cross-post here as a percentage. Overall, user numbers don't matter. Just summons a Destiny executes based on the most unhinged and desperate to spam this place. Why did you feel the need to bust out the alt to cry about? Oh, cute. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I don't know why people hate Destiny so much.
Okay, but they could just be arguing on the same side in the same threads. How do we know these accounts are actually related? Well, let's look at how they type. User 1 saying womp womp, user 2 saying womp womp, user 1 being told to seek therapy, and user 2 letting using the same phrase, seek therapy. Final piece of evidence is the fact that these two accounts are on the same thread on XQC subreddit an entire 4 days prior to the LSF threads, again arguing in favor of Hassan and against Destiny. Jesus.
I'm sad about this Destiny Hassan situation. I don't need them to be best friends, but if you hear them talk, they're mostly defending the same cause.
It's one thing that is very interesting.
They don't agree on anything, right? But on everything, but they mostly defend and have the same idea and morals on a lot of things. If you watch them both, yeah, Hassan is dumb sometimes and it's not as smart as Destiny, sure. But I don't think it matters. So yeah, I think a collab between both of them would be really good for the left, right? So yeah. Plus, I don't know. It's weird to cut off some people completely after spending years doing stuff with them. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Like, yeah. Destiny has so many people on the stream, so why not have some, right? But I guess it's his choice, so he must have his reasons, but I'm pretty sure they can be that good that he can allow some crazy people on stream. And not Hassan. And the same goes for Hassan. So, while he's streaming on Twitch, so I guess that doesn't for Hassan, but you forget that Destiny is banned on Twitch.
Dude, the CIA or the FBI or somebody like must have like fucking studied this. It's very easy for very few people to turn the tide of a thread. If you're willing to get like 5 to 10, not even 10 people, if you really get 5 people to like really work at a thread, you can turn entire threads around with just a few people. I've seen it happen to threads where a few people show up and start arguing, and you could turn an entire thread around. It's insane.
Why do I do so much of a quality actually?
Crafting.
How do I get to the city?
This is so good.
Zoomer slowly leveled up. Crafting.
He got it.
Leveled up.
I have a friend here. From he's of Ashkenazi origin. You know the Ashkenazi people? He's part of the Ashkenazi. I'm making eye contact.
I don't know like this goes.
Kimberly's looking at me right now. They're really at the police station, guys. They're really at the police station. They're upstairs, like in that little office right there. They're all right there. Oh my god. They're at the...
Guys, people keep asking me about the French protests. I've seen the protests, and they seem to be mostly peaceful. A little fiery, but mostly peaceful.
It's French, so...
This is not a joke. This is not a script.
We are always fighting.
Let's call a taxi and get the out of here, chat.
Gary goes live on Kick, trying to understand what happened. Gary's introducing the community a few years ago after he met Ice and offered to help produce a music video for her.
Why did I do that? I didn't mean to.
I was doing a little bit of construction, you know.
Wait, how much LP do we get a game?
I just lost 20 for winning.
It's metaphorical for how you always are losing parts of your life, even when you win. Oh fuck! Even when you win League of Legends.
God, are you guys good? Yeah. I'm live, just so you know, so don't say anything. I'll go in the other room. Do you want me to go in the other room?
Dude, why don't I win the... This is bugged.
Oh, what, dude, why is Vex there?
Because we traded him.
Yeah, but he's only worth like a half a person. They took him as a trade? Where T-Pack, are you good? Your brothers are nervous, dude. Call your brothers. Oh, fuck, bro. God. Damn. Where?
I don't get it.
I don't even want to say.
I was at fun.
I don't even know. All right, call your brothers. Tell your brothers you're okay.
This is good. This is not bad.
Who is this Kira won't miss person on Twitter? Is it just a tweeter with nothing else? They have 1 million followers. I see a lot of shit they tweet, but...
Yo, the Somali dude streaming outside the...
Do I need to avoid something? No.
You're talking to get me arrested for what? Yeah. I'm just recording my face. You want my passport? Yes. Why? And police officer. Why don't
Fuck, I'm out of component. I need to stop selling stuff. I forgot you don't get enough material in normal. I guess I'm gonna do a last one dungeon.
I don't do no crime. I'm just standing here.
And after that I go do my trial. Get my last green favor.
Fuck. I'll be logged in by tomorrow on this computer again.
Sitting on your shoulder right now.
No, it's not.
Just because your neck is short, it's sitting on your shoulder.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
I told you how I wanted it.
And that's how I cut it. And that's how I cut it.
Exactly. It's fucking ugly.
Okay, that's fine. Shut the door. The air conditioning's on.
I'm not shutting the door.
Shut the door. The air conditioning.
What is this?
The police are on their way. Shut the door. The air conditioning's on.
Yell at me again!
My bill?
I don't care!
My bill? Are you paying the bill?
No!
Shut my door.
What's happening?
Put your hands on me and you're going to jail today.
I don't care.
Put
Do you
your
think
hands
I'm
on
gonna
me.
put my fucking hands on
Put
you?
your hands on
Take
me.
that out of my face
Put
because
your
I'm
hands on
literally
me.
going to fucking punch you.
Put your hands on me.
No!
in the car.
No! Do you not see the way she's fucking treating me? Do you see this? Do you see
Are you
this?
Oh no.
What's happening?
Beta boy.
Put your hands on me.
No!
in the car.
Put your hands on me.
No! Do you not see the way she's fucking treating me? Do you see this? Do you see
Are you
yours?
serious?
It's fucking ugly!
Sweetie, you need mental help. You really do.
I'm gonna beat the fuck out of her.
You need mental help.
Move her because I'm gonna fucking
I want you to. I want to see the police take you out of here.
I don't. No, I'm not. I'm outside.
Just stay right here for a quick second, please.
Then don't pay for your haircut.
I'm paying for
Why? It looks ugly.
Jesus
Fuck.
Christ.
Show Tom Show with the 50. Nick, how does one avoid... Everybody okay?
Everybody okay?
Sounds like it's good.
What just happened?
That's our safety tech.
We got a safety tech.
Woo! Don't worry, he's on the scene.
I think someone threw a shoe in there.
Is it okay?
Oh,
Oh, someone threw an elf bar in the
It's just some lighter fluid.
No big deal.
Is it fire?
I use it as an extinguisher.
Me, the guy from AC/DC, baby!
Look at the witch.
Player of Oblong checking in. Miss you guys. Can't wait for season 2. Congrats.
Shouldn't have thrown us under the bus then.
Yeah.
You'd be here right now.
Yeah. We're on an island right now.
Yeah, we're on an island. No offense, I like your music, but yeah, that was rough.
We got Orc Frazier with the
Yeah, I got
50.
royalty. Come on in here. Yeah, what's up, man?
Wait, somebody said there was an explosion in the background. Was that the explosion?
Yeah, this guy.
People vandalized the Holocaust Museum in France. Jesus.
What are they saying? I'm French and I don't even understand. What?
Wesh. Au nom de Dieu. Ah non, c'est délicat, c'est vrai.
Wait, what's happening in France? I'm in France right now. I don't watch the news. What's happening? Maybe I need to go out some dates.
What do you think that your best feature is? I mean, you're a big back, you're good run back. Basically, you know, you have good hands. What do you?
Wait, let me change the country. News. 63 in population in Marseille and Lyon and Strasbourg. Yeah. Okay, but it's fine where I am, apparently. So this is question right. It's 7 people arrested in Lyon. People is going crazy too. Okay. What about my legend? So, 17-year-old teenager was killed by a policeman. And that's what now, okay. Yeah, this is crazy. But killing a 17-year-old is bad, right? But okay, more police in the right? They light up some fires, but it's 10 minutes away from me. Well, I'm glad I'm a geek that doesn't go out.
What do you think your best feature is?
Fuck, I should have ordered food earlier. I'm so hungry. I'm dying right now.
It's
What did I don't think I ate anything today. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Hold on. Sock darling post. Time to simp. What? Didn't even load.
And we're gonna be sitting, nigga, in a theater. And we gonna have that 41-minute video up on the screen. And when that nigga is bending Lena up like a pretzel and punching dick in her, nigga, I just want to look at you. I'm gonna be side-eyeing you the whole time. And I swear, if I don't see even a little glisten, a little glisten of tears come, nigga. I don't know if you got a Neuralink or you're just really you don't give a fuck about nothing. Nigga, I'm renting a movie theater. I'm gonna be in there with my popcorn like this, nigga. It's gonna be a 3D movie theater, nigga.
Jesus.
That's all I want for the vlog.
Christ.
Who am I? Why am I here?
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
I am black. I am gay. I am disabled.
I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm a Christian.
I'm not ashamed to say that I believe in God and I believe in His Word.
And I just love the idea of exploring the unknown. And then there's other things that we just haven't figured out or discovered yet. To think about so much that's out there that we still...
Does Kamala Harris do anything? I feel like... What do I feel like she's so invisible? Do vice presidents ever? Yeah, of course. I think so. I feel like Michelle Obama was very visible. I feel like Biden was fairly visible. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen... I'm trying to think if I've seen Kamala be involved in like anything. Maybe she is. Oh no, wait. Fuck, you're right. Michelle was the first lady. I haven't seen Biden's wife do anything either, though. Fuck, who was Bush's VP? Oh, Dick Cheney. Everybody knew Dick Cheney. Duh. Who was Clinton's VP? Al Gore. I was too young to know if Al Gore was ever visible. I feel like I haven't seen or heard fucking Kamala Harris do fucking anything. Jill Biden is in a shitload. You just do red pill and not politics. I feel like I've heard Jill Biden, like, on education-related shit. I remember for Michelle, it was the... she did, like, some activist work for, like, kids in school and shit. Kamala must have been involved in something. I just don't know what. Yeah, the school lunches stuff was her big push. And other stuff related to kids, I think. She made a lot of speeches at ceremonies for new projects and stuff.
Dude, I can't.
Kick it back to us yet?
No, I think we need to talk to Destiny.
He didn't Oh, I don't think he messaged me about this. I don't think I'm in a position to like get people deals. I'm not like connected like that.
The last time I talked to Destiny, I gave him advice on training for a fight. He didn't get back to me, and I think I might have offended him by not offering to train him or something.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I reached out to him to see if he'd be interested in it, because I was trying to gauge his interest if I did do the Fuentes stuff, because him training me would be fucking hilarious content. But I think he said he was busy with other stuff, which is fine. I don't have like anything against him. I wouldn't expect him to clear his schedule for me or anything. No, I don't have any problems. Not personally with him.
I don't want to get on that road again. Spilling more tea.
I think he was doing the... What was the last thing? There was big drama around it. And actually, and to his credit too, he offered to find people in the area to train me as well. He did make that offer. And I don't think I responded. Probably because I just had so many DMs. So I understand why he might think I'm like irritated with it. But no, I don't have any problems. I'm cool. I don't have any personal problems. Yeah, he was doing the Froggy Fresh stuff. Play game, put a video in the background, don't leave. Well, I have to work out sometime soon, but I'm gonna eat first, so you got me until then.
Yeah, same.
I have like some final shit to do tonight. Tomorrow should be July 1st is when my shit starts, and I'll be doing full streams again.
'Cause it's like, you're almost there, yeah.
I have like some final shit to do tonight. Tomorrow should be July 1st is when my shit starts, and I'll be doing full streams again. 'Cause it's like, you're almost there, yeah. 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 'Cause it's like, you're almo
I hate this, but this is so annoying, the little area.
One good thing, which is that, like, if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire wasp fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can.
Are you streaming the gym? Probably not. I don't think she wants.
Is the gym?
Does a kick deal mandate a certain number of streaming hours? No.
I don't enjoy this Necro so much, but the thing is, because it's hardcore and I don't have all my region unlocked, I start to do the altar on this character, and now I got the reputation for it. So if I roll good, for example, I need to reveal all this shit again. Because I will not have, I will have the altar and the stats I provide, but I will not have the reputation it gives. And I almost did 3 full regions. Plus I did some of the quests too. So I can't really reroll, that's the thing, that's freaking stupid. I hope they change that. I think they say they will, but for now it's still shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go do my trial and hope I don't die. Ooh, movement speed. Double resist is very shitty though, but yeah, I prefer my clone boost and it's only 10 armor. So yeah.
Early deal, so I get paid by the hour for streaming.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna be doing my trial. To go in 120.
1, 2, 3, go!
I need to do some stuff because I'm out of components. This is good, but if I get a stack of item, it's not also the best one. What are we watching?
You think thinking the gym is sexual is a Zoomer thing or just far out? She's probably just embarrassed to show up. Usually when people do training shit, it's usually like cringe and like people are just like trying to embarrass people and whatnot. So she probably thinks I would do that, which I don't necessarily fault her for thinking that. So she's probably just embarrassed or shy.
Well, let's hope I don't die. My equipment is really shit, so. I die. I'm lagging, that's what's annoying me. Maybe I should reconnect. I don't know how the servers work in Diablo. Here I'm pretty sure I switch server, but everything is like the ping is the same. Maybe I should launch the game again, yeah, I'm doing that.
Hey, it doesn't seem like you're playing right now, but if you haven't gotten your D4 to stop crashing, it's frequently tied to high background FPS. If yours is high, drop it at like 20. Fixed it for friends and I. Wow, cool. Why? God, you guys are so fucking gross.
Apparently I can close the room.
Ugh.
Oh, there is an update. Okay, that's explain it. 200 man. Nigga. What did they change? Patch notes. Wait. Last multiplayer zone when Diablo clear game will crash. Wait. It's bug fix, fix an issue. Yeah, but I already read that. Why can we know what's in the patch note? I hate this when developers do this. I have a 200 meg update and I had no idea what changed, and then playing knockoff. So this is very annoying. Because they just say pretty well assess the Diablo 4 triangle crash, but let's check on Reddit if someone has reversed and we know exactly what they did. So yeah, I'm reading the patch. Sorry. Well, nobody is talking about the patch, I guess that's significant. But I don't know, they must have changed a lot for the update to be that big. Because 200 mega is not just code, right? It's just texture and shit. I guess maybe they had to repackage some stuff. So they replace the package instead of creating the set files. We'll see if I make it.
Is this guy like a real life anime? What the fuck?
Real life anime. Wow. It's still bad, I don't get it.
With the whole world watching the rescue efforts of the missing submarine around the Titanic, I thought I'd share my experience of Mission 3 just a few weeks ago, and if my dive wasn't canceled, it could have been me inside that submarine today. This is a picture taken of Stockton Rush and I, the owner of Ocean Gate Expeditions, as I was weighing in for our sub dive for the day. In my hands, I have a chocolate chip cookie, 2 peanut butter jelly sandwiches, and of course my camera equipment so I can record and document my experience in the submersible. What you're about to watch is footage from Mission 3, days before the submersible went missing on Mission 5. It has taken place on the exact same ship, and I was also in the exact same submersible that is missing today. All the footage you're watching is either filmed by me or my beautiful girlfriend Kendall, who joined me for this adventure. For more behind the scenes footage, make sure you check out her social media. I'll have links to that in the description below. Let's start off this video as I originally intended. Please keep in mind there's a lot of smiles and a lot of laughs. We honestly had no idea what would happen in the days to come.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
So without further ado, let's start things off at my hometown of Columbus, Georgia, where we had a quick drive to Atlanta, Georgia, where we hopped on our first flight and landed in Toronto. Got the big camera, got my pillow, and we are ready to go for an amazing adventure, a once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Kendall, you ready?
Yep.
All right, now we just gotta make it through security. Hopefully I didn't leave anything bad in my bag. Once we made it to
Wait a
Toronto, we
minute.
had to hop on another flight to St. John's, Newfoundland, and once arrived, we checked in at our hotel. We got super lucky and had one of the most breathtaking views of this
So
hotel.
much.
So we just made it to the hotel. 327. Check out these hotel rooms. I've actually never seen anything like this before.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where are they right now?
Take it away. First time checking it out. Oh my god.
A hotel in Newfoundland. In Canada? Okay.
Dang. Yeah, what do you mean, do we have a good view?
Oh.
That's the best.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh my god. Oh, these guys want to milk this. I'm sorry. They have this on the auto copyright for YouTube.
Maybe I should keep
I'm
this.
getting a warning on it. Damn. Shamelessness. I mean, it's his footage, to be fair.
Okay, just yeah.
It was nice while it lasted. But with this next card, this duel is over. I activate the Flute of Summoning Dragons. With Lord of Fate on the field, I can special summon up to 2 dragon monsters.
I don't know, you could have the mats. Good match shit.
Fuck. My food is almost here. Hold on, let me go get it.
I guess. Can I get reliable maybe? No. Okay, one more roll. Dude. I'm gonna use my main weapon and Observe does it. And if I don't, I don't. Like I'm missing one. This is so not worth it. Well, unless I get this, which is much better than like 110. Yeah, I think I'm good. It was a little bit risky, but fine. I need to start legendary characters, you know?
These videos are the greatest thing on your channel. Two brothers of Dyson Man Anim. Oh. I can't click on Twitter links right now.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, body paint. You don't have to do it. God damn it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
They gave me a Diet Coke instead of a Coke Zero. Are we fucking serious right now?
6 months ago, I investigated CryptoZoo, a scam created by Logan Paul and a team of criminals, oh, and a dude named Jeff, which ultimately resulted in millions of dollars being stolen from fans. I was threatened with a lawsuit for exposing it, but ultimately, Logan Paul decided to thank me instead for his public undressing and announced a $1.8 million refund to the victims. Now, I thought that was a great ending to the story, but I also said this: I'll follow up in the future to make sure that he actually gives that money away, and that's why we're here today. It's been 6 months, so here's a follow-up. Logan Paul has not paid back his victims. He hasn't talked about it since he first announced he was going to pay them back, and what's worst of all, he doesn't seem to have a plan in place to refund anyone. How do I know that? Well, because I've been asking Logan for that plan to refund people the entire time behind the scenes in messages like these. Quote, "Hey Logan, following up on the zoo refunds, when should people expect those? It's been about a month." And then a month later, following up again. People are wondering what's going on. Almost been 2 months. Very frustrating for victims to get promises and then see nothing and get zero communication. And then later, "Hey Logan, Following up for a third time, it's been over 5 months since you promised to refund the victims of CryptoZoo over $3 million. I meant to say $1.8 million there. The price of crypto changed a lot, so what this buyback was going to be was constantly changing. I just misspoke there. Either way, my point was this, quote, you haven't contacted any of them, nor explained why you haven't done what you said you'd do. Meanwhile, you got public credit for promising to do this. And all of this, Logan didn't respond to, which is odd, since he was such a fan of me reaching out to him personally. You know, instead of making things public.
Maybe we could have talked about this if you had reached out to me, personally. Not my manager, Jeff, who is not me, Steven.
Well, I did reach out to you, and I got no response. In fact, the only response I got came on my 4th attempt to reach Logan, but this one came from his criminal defense lawyers. A guy named Jeffrey Neiman emailed me after my 4th attempt saying, Steven, see inserted on behalf of Logan Paul. Now, to be honest, I had no idea who Logan Paul was until I researched the lawyer and learned that he, quote, regularly defends individuals and corporations in white-collar criminal litigations. And that's when I realized, oh, that Logan Paul. Why didn't you just say you defended alleged white-collar criminals? Would have saved me a Google search. So I opened up the letter and it read, we represent Logan Paul. Mr. Paul has informed us of your outreach about the status of the CryptoZoo buybacks. Mr. Paul remains committed to this process. We are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal. In the meantime, please direct to our attention any further inquiries to Mr. Paul. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Yes, they say nothing.
Now, that might seem like a good step in the right direction to you. At least we got a response on behalf of Logan. But when I read their response carefully, I realized things were actually worse than I thought.
They don't say anything.
Because 2 things are absent from this statement. 1, a timeline for refunds, and 2, a plan for refunds. I mean, you have this abominable statement which says, we are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal? So you're still at the whiteboard then? Guys, this is a statement you say when you have no plan or you're...
I'm gonna die, I feel it.
Say, we're evaluating the best options. I mean, that's where Logan was back in January. He was evaluating. Am I supposed to believe 6 months later, you guys haven't figured this out? You've gathered all the boys in the office, brainstorming every single day. How do we refund people? And you don't know? I mean, listen, he had more of a plan, Logan did, back in January. I'm not even sure what there is to even still figure out. Because way back then, January 16th, he said,
well, this is the thing, right? I don't know how they are. I didn't check the solidity contract. I don't even know if it's public for the cryptocurrency. Well, it must be. But depending on the way they... I have no idea. I didn't check anything about this NFT, so I have no idea what type of contract they use. But yeah, maybe it's not possible to refund the game money depending on the contract. So, well, it's always possible, but it's, yeah. I don't know how they sell it, right? Do you just pay dollars and you get, and there is a party that does the conversion in Ethereum or I don't know the networks they use, but depending on how it was sold. I need to check on this.
They probably don't have a legal obligation to turn anything back to fans, so they probably just don't give a fuck. They're probably not doing anything, right? They're just waiting until people forget.
0.8 million. For those who do not want to wait for CryptoZoo to be completed, players will be able to burn their base eggs and base animals for their mint price. I mean, there it is. That's the plan. Pay a blockchain dev to code that up and pay the victims their money. That's it. But we see absolutely no sign of that. And it's not for a lack of Logan having the cash. He's on a world tour for Prime right now, bragging about how much money his drink company is making.
In January of this year, we did 45 million.
Oh, only in January?
Yeah.
Wow, 45 million is a good month. Also, January happens to be the same month Logan promised those CryptoZoo refunds. So there's no good explanation for why Logan hasn't refunded his
Well,
victims yet because he had a plan
because he
back in
doesn't need
January.
to,
He
yeah.
had the money. But there's even less of a good explanation for why he hasn't explained himself for the delay to either me privately or to the victims publicly, who are just waiting around for months with no word about the status of their promised refund. Now, eventually, I do believe Logan will address this. I think he has to. And when he does, I think he'll probably point to a lawsuit that he's in for the reason he couldn't speak. He had to be silent. Only he's tried this before, and it didn't make a lot of sense then either.
I had to rely on my team. I crumbled internally, and the advice was while actual legal process was going on because of criminal investigation taking place that CoffeeZilla highlighted in his series, I had to stay silent. And for a year, I'm hounding Jeff. Hounding Jeff. How do we make this right?
All right, let's get this straight. Logan was dying to make CryptoZoo right the first time, but was legally required to be silent until a YouTuber talked about it? Did the judge magically unseal his lips when my video dropped? I'm confused. He's not prevented from explaining himself, and he's certainly not prevented from giving people their money back. Even if you want to argue the point that maybe Logan
so
might
much.
look more guilty if he promises to pay victims, well, sure, but he already did that, though. He said he felt so bad that he was going to refund $1.8 million to the affected people who invested. But actually delivering that promise doesn't add any layer of admission to that guilt. He already said he was responsible. At this point, refunding people is just doing what he said he was going to do from the beginning. No, I think the real reason Logan hasn't paid, if I had to guess, is just because either he does not want to pay, cannot be bothered to pay on time, or he's just stalling, all of which are unacceptable. Because let me remind you of his promise. Quote, I have committed more than $1.8 million for those who do not want to
How do you feel about episodes that this guy does where he doesn't talk to his robot friend?
wait for CryptoZoo to be completed. That is what he said.
Didn't I kill the giant?
Of waiting, including me. After months of trying to work behind the scenes and ask questions behind the scenes privately to him, I'm just out of ideas, and I'm stuck trying to speak to Logan. Today, I'm getting a PhD from...
Yeah, something is wrong here.
Crypto's...
I don't like it. I don't think he should be supported unless the robot guy's in the video. Oh, he's in this one, right?
I'm sorry. The finale of this video got a little messy, and it's gonna be up to you to put the P...
Ted, you know... Ted, why would somebody fake your signature on this? Come on.
How to open an account, their response was, please use crypto as the country code.
I can't believe they got away with this.
Yeah, well, actually it gets worse. Because in 2021, Ontario decided to investigate them again.
No way. This time they caught them though, right?
Nope. Ted lied again. He told the investigator, hope all is well. We're not affiliated with this organization since early 2020.
Huh. That's what he told you.
No roots, I say.
I love the robot guy. He's my favorite part. Diablo 4 patch notes. Ooh.
Yeah, nothing. I'll check this audio. Oh, it's not over, I don't.
Wait, how do these work? Are the patch notes all of
No,
these
I
things?
don't. Maybe. Yeah, I think maybe. And they publish all the patch at once. Yeah, maybe. Actually, well, yeah, makes sense. It's like basically the community story of the devs.
The top one, fix crashes. Oh, so it's this right here. Addressed multiple instances with the Diablo 4 client with crashing game. That's all the patches? That's it?
Well, you complain about this every day, so...
Jeez, okay.
The grossly affluent is a moral obscenity, and our economic system inevitably leads to oppressive and exploitative power hierarchies. Redistribution is the only ethical option. But now that I think about it a little more clearly, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? I think I heard that in a video game once. And you know...
He literally did the meme, dude. He did the meme. That is literally, like, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Is a BioShock Andrew Ryan reference that is supposed to be libertarian, right? but actually it is inherently socialist.
Okay, true. Break out the champagne, guys.
I'm so tired, I need the rings that give essence. It's fucking annoying.
Play this multitasking game.
This build is so bad compared to my minion build. I think I'm gonna play my minion build again, actually.
Hold on, waiting for the end.
Yeah. It's not that hard. Like.
Oh my god. What? Oh, holy shit. This game is from like 2003.
So, this is really good, but I don't have the thing that convert Bone Bidule in Shadow, so...
Bro, my fucking balance beam is fucked.
I think for now it exists.
Got it.
Oh, I do have that mess, okay.
Yeah, right. What? Okay, 88. That's basically a high score. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go work out and do stuff tomorrow. I love you, DGG. Tomorrow's our first full kick day. That's when I pull the plug in my whole website, my whole existence. How does your volume mixer look like this? I think I downloaded a program. It's called Ear Trumpet. But okay, I'll have you guys be back tomorrow. We're gonna cappuccino, 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 my dunos. I will catch you guys next streamer note.
I don't remember how I play. Yeah, I play with a Buddhist. But here I need Buddhist. It's annoying! It's very annoying. I don't know what to remove. I love my curves. I don't know it's a good idea to play hardcore with a Buddhist, right? I think it's a pretty bad idea. Okay, then. It's gonna be so much better. What's happening? It's not that great because I don't have the blizzard. I think I have one actually. Wait. No, I don't. Fuck. Okay, without the blizzard, it sucks a lot, but it's fine. Where is this? I don't get the stack. I don't get the... Plus maybe around there. Yeah. But it's still a lot more fun to play, right? I think it's safe now too. Knowing that I have no enchant for this build, I think this is cool. The damage is not crazy, but it's really safe. So I guess I'm gonna play something. Maybe I would play try my blue build. I think. Yeah, what are we watching now? Yeah, everything is tired, everything is frozen between the golem and the minion. So... But I don't think I get the... Without the aspect, I don't get the... this. So I guess for now we'll take this.
Eugenics. You want us to do eugenics?
Let's say, well, here's hypothetical. Let's say.
It is not.
Okay,
I am not arguing. Yeah, we are going to do this, and that is eugenics, Destiny. And I don't appreciate you. You're not going to treat me like I'm a f***ing idiot. I have been doing this for a long time. Like this is what I do.
You're 19. Right? I don't think you've been doing anything for a long time. But I'm not talking about protecting a fetus. I'm talking about protecting a conscious experience. I mean, all conscious experience is subjective, right? We are subjects and we have a subjective conscious experience. Like, we can't, like, objectively measure. You disagree with that? I'm sorry, can you tell me about the objective conscious experience?
When I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about... Whoa! Whoa!
You can't really be this bad faith. I need you to give me a better... Okay, do your moral grandstanding. Then afterwards, I need you to give me a better summary of the other side. Because there's no possible way that that's like... Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to play piano while you moral grandstand for like 2 minutes. And then I'm going to ask you again for the question. Can you explain the downsides of the other side if you force women to go through pregnancies they don't want to? And it has to be more than just, I accidentally protected life. Let me know when you're ready.
Have a conversation with someone? Like, I'm not trying to morally grandstand, right? I don't appreciate you calling this morally grandstanding. Again, we have had this conversation multiple times where you're continuously disrespecting me.
Jubilee Zoomer wanted to talk with you. I had to temporarily block him to rent dog pile because I'm just not dealing with that right now. But if he wants to have a real conversation at some point, I think it'd be good. I have a feeling this is all he has, though, just trying to dunk on people. I also get really annoyed when people are like, oh, you're just trying to dunk on people. No, I'm not, bro. I was relentless in my faith in that.
Yeah, I was like, this is gonna be annoying and it's gonna be driving nuts, but Let's give a chance to the
conversation. How can you say that I was the one searching for dunks? Like, how could you ever watch that conversation and come away thinking that I'm the one just trying to... I don't know. Felt stupid.
How dare you?
Oh boy. Hello. Hey, what's up?
Well, Jim, what's going on?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I just got back from the doctor, like I told you.
Cool. Well, how was your doctor visit? Was it exciting?
Super exciting. They told me I have a virus, which is super cool to hear.
Well, that's exciting. Hopefully you're gonna make a full recovery, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Okay, introduce yourself. For the audience is dying to know who you are.
Hi, my name is Ayala Eisenberg. I am on Twitter at ProLifeUS and also on Instagram. And I recently did my second Jubilee Middle Ground talking about abortion, which is how Destiny came to be my #1 fan.
Awesome. True. So you were tweeting about me recently. You seemed fairly upset. Do you want to catch us up on what's going on with that?
I mean, I wouldn't say I was upset. I make tweets. Like, that's what I do. I'm basically a professional tweeter. You did some kind of podcast with Lila Rose and Kristen Hawkins, I want to say. And then there were a couple things that I commented on. There were 2 clips that I saw of you from this, like, real asshole. The guy who posted those clips was just such a dickhead. But he posted a clip of you saying, like, to call a fetus a person is like to call a nut a tree. And then there was another clip where you said, like, according to pro-life logic, like, miscarriages would be the same as leaving an infant to starve, and everybody was really upset about that. And that was basically the 2 things that I said something about.
Okay, well, where do you want to start? Which one of those do you want to start with?
I feel like we've already talked a little bit about the first one. Yeah.
Wait, what was the first one again? The part about it not end up being a tree?
Yeah, I think we've talked about that. We had like a back and forth about that on Twitter, but we haven't talked about the second one.
Okay.
I'm sure that has a Bloodlands really to do with stuff. I think there is... I need to try it, because the mana costs are lower. You permanently have overpower, right? You can scale on vulnerability, crit damage, even willpower maybe. And yeah, you can scale on crit, vulnerability, overpower. So you can scale the skill. Is the skill any good though? That's the question. Let's try the skill to... No, it feels just... Yeah, I don't want to do a build, but... So if you have the ultimate, I think that sucks. So it's this one. So how does Bloodlands feel? Okay, the arrow is really small. I need to check the damage of this to know if it's good or not. But yeah, this could be a cool build. And then you didn't see anyone play that, so...
Well, we can talk about the second one if you want.
Sure. One of your orbiters has already got into it with me over that one. So.
Me? Okay.
Okay, then that means you should be even more prepared for the conversation, huh?
I don't think you could be more prepared for a conversation about miscarriages than, like, having had multiple. So yeah, I would say that I'm prepared to have a conversation about the reality of miscarriage.
Sure, we can talk about it, but I don't think having a miscarriage means you necessarily know anything about a miscarriage. You can literally have a miscarriage without even knowing you're pregnant or that you miscarried, but sure, okay, well, where do you want to start? Do you want me to open my argument, or do you want to give me your pushback against my argument?
I mean, go ahead. I don't want to take what you said out of context or misconstrue what you said. So I'd appreciate you telling me like exactly what you meant by that, and I don't like want to put words in your mouth or anything.
Yeah, sure. So basically, if we're considering fetuses to be human persons' lives that ought to be defended and endowed with all the same rights as like a baby.
What did I miss here? Oh. So, I mean, you are 3. Yay. Get some goodies. Okay, that's one. Oh, that's not bad one, Legend. So let's start doing random dungeons and get some credit in. Well, wait, in R3 you don't have yeah, you do. It's 53, everything is 53, I guess, right? Yeah. So let's hope I don't die. I just need to get Sacred Item and I'm good after that.
Then in my opinion, we should be taking way more aggressive steps to limit the amount of miscarriages that are happening with women that are having sex. So I don't know if that would mean that if you have sex, you immediately have to check into a facility somewhere, or you're like, we outlaw sex without using a ton of protection firsthand or whatever. But we have to do something to be very, very, very aggressive to help with the massive amount of early, like first trimester or early weeks miscarriages that are happening without people even realizing it. Because it's possibly like the greatest loss of life that's occurring worldwide right now.
So like, at the highest estimates, like about 20% of pregnancies end in miscarriage. It's 10 to 20% of pregnancies. So I guess what you were saying in the clip, again, correct me if I'm wrong, you were saying we would, according to pro-life logic, need to check women into hospitals as soon as they have sex so that we can monitor whether or not they get pregnant, and then if they are pregnant, we have to keep them there and make sure that they're healthy. Is that what you said?
Something to make people aware that they're pregnant early on, and then take really aggressive steps to limit the likelihood of a miscarriage. Yes.
Just like we do with born children, right? Like how we permanently hospitalize them to make sure that they don't die
That
of any
makes
illness.
shit.
I mean, you do hospitalize them early on if you're at risk for illness. So I have a son and he was hospitalized early on.
You don't hospitalize all children.
I didn't say you hospitalize all children, but if it is the case that 1 out of 5 pregnancies are ending in miscarriage, and maybe even more, and women just aren't aware of it, it seems like we should be taking really aggressive steps to correct for those early miscarriages, right? Because if that's true, that means more children have died from miscarriage than have died from abortion, right?
Well, do you know what a miscarriage is? Like, explain to me what you think a miscarriage is and why you think miscarriages happen.
I imagine there's probably tons of different reasons why miscarriages happen. There's probably a lot of different types of miscarriages. I'm sure that there are some miscarriages that happen because of, for some reason, implantation doesn't happen. I'm sure there are some miscarriages that happen because of genetic coding issues in the early days of the zygote splitting apart. I'm sure there are probably miscarriages that happen because of the condition of the mother being unaware that she's pregnant. There's probably a ton of reasons why miscarriages happen. I don't know them all. I can look it up on Wikipedia if you want me to.
So I'll explain it to you because I actually do know this. Most miscarriages happen, like a majority of miscarriages happen, because there's genetic chromosomal issues with the embryo when it's first developing, and it just physically cannot grow and develop properly. So a majority of miscarriages are not preventable. There's nothing that you can do. It's just because of the way that the DNA came together, it wasn't formed properly. And the other miscarriages that aren't because of that, which I mean, again, like, we're talking about things like bifurcated uteruses. So like the way a woman's uterus is physically formed, like her uterus is shaped in such a way that it's difficult for her body to stay pregnant. And for implantation to happen properly, there's women who are like chronically underweight, or they have some kind of chronic illness that makes it difficult for their body to deal with pregnancy.
This is not bad, right? They want to do a burn spear build. I think this is okay. It's not okay. Maximum makes sense. Physical damage, critical damage. Yeah, I guess it's plus there is a shit ton of armor, and this is like a system, so.
See, but it's really not something like. There's
that's nice.
Almost a 0% of miscarriages that are happening because women aren't like getting the proper nutrients or because women work out. Like somebody like the guy who posted that clip was basically arguing like women who work out and have miscarriages because of that. And I think there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around why miscarriages happen. And I think that's really dangerous, and it contributes to this culture of stigma that we have around child loss. But I want to make it very clear that like a majority of miscarriages we can't do anything about, and miscarriages it's in no way a woman's fault when she has a miscarriage. Like you can almost guarantee that the reason she had
maybe statistically not, but it can be because of the woman's fault, right? Like if you an alcoholic, for example, and you get drunk every day. I'm not saying most miscarriages are in this case, but not impossible, right? Maybe I'm completely ignorant about it, but right, I'm gonna die, so I can't resume the video yet. I hate this combo of affix, it's so repeating. Where my minion are there? Yeah, I hate the double explosion shit because I can't AFK.
it was not something she had any control over.
Okay, that might be the case. I'm looking up and I'm seeing about 50% of miscarriages are associated with extra or missing chromosomes. Most often, this is from the Mayo Clinic. I guess we could bump that number up more if you wanted to, but let's say that I grant all of this. Let's say that it's because of chromosomal abnormalities that miscarriages are happening because of this reason. Let's say I increase that from 50 to 100% or 99%. Wouldn't we then say that since we have the technology to do like in vitro fertilization and stuff, shouldn't we be using alternative methods of conception that might have a lower risk of these genetic abnormalities happening? Or
you think IVF has a lower risk of abnormalities than normal
I don't know, I'm
sex?
asking, does it?
I am under the impression that it doesn't. In fact, it's a very common thing for IVF conceived babies to be discarded because they have genetic abnormalities, because there's issues that happen with the way that they're created in a lab.
That's true, but that's not. Yes, that's true. I was born in a lab, so. Well, I was conceived in a lab, not born. I was born from a user, but I guess I am. Let's see where documented on this. Because this is. I was created, so yeah, I was created in a lab, and yeah, my user had some problem with previous pregnancies because of this, with my pregnancy. But yeah, so yeah, she's right about this. But yes, I don't know if it's because of IVF or it's because of the. Keep in mind, I was born in 1986, so I'm 37 years old. So the medical science has evolved a lot since then. But for what I'm understanding, it's not because of the IVF itself, it's because of the hormonal therapy that followed. So, and that's what caused problems. But I don't know, maybe, I'm guessing some progress has been made since I was born, right? I would hope so. I was born a long time ago. I hate my current build. I hope I get my aspect really quick. I need to do reptiles.
I don't
That's
know.
a common pro-life argument against IVF, is because there is a significant number of embryos that are simply discarded and destroyed because they have genetic abnormalities.
Gotcha, let's see. I don't know much about IVF. Let me check. For our women over 35.
I think
and then also here's I'll shoot you this. I haven't done too much digging into this before. These are all kind of peripheral abortion arguments, but this seems to say that Results of this were the potentially modifiable pre-pregnant risk factors associated with increased miscarriage risk were age of 30 years or more, at conception, underweight, and obesity. During pregnancy, the modifiable risk factors were alcohol consumption,
that's what they say.
20 kilograms daily, and night work. We estimate that 25.2% of the miscarriages might be prevented by reduction of all these risk factors to low levels. Modification of risk factors acting before and during pregnancy could lead to prevention of 14.7, 12.5% respectively of all miscarriages. Do you think if you could prevent 10 to 20% of miscarriages, do you think that would be worth taking aggressive steps early on after sexual activity to try to, I guess, like mitigate that risk?
I mean, it depends what you mean by aggressive steps, right? So, like, you can definitely inform women much better about, like, what causes miscarriages, like, what their risk is for a miscarriage. Because I think that a lot of OBGYNs just don't take the time to do that properly and have those conversations. But I think there's a difference, right? In saying that you're not allowed to kill somebody versus the government stepping in and telling you that you have to take every precaution conceivable to make sure that your child doesn't die. Because
I disagree on some of this.
Just like with born children, there's a lot of things that could cause a child to die. Obviously, again, with miscarriage, it's overwhelmingly things that are not preventable. But with born children, the government doesn't have the authority to come into your house and bubble wrap every surface and take these extreme measures like hospitalizing your child constantly to monitor their health. That's not something that you can demand of people, right? But you can demand that people don't kill their children.
Yeah, we don't have to take it all the way. So, like, for instance, my understanding is that if you let your child starve to death, you would probably be in big trouble by the government. I don't know if you would catch a murder charge for that, but I know that you can have significant penalties. I know that, like, parents... I haven't seen the details, but I know there were parents that were charged with murder recently because their 17-year-old child was killed.
This is an event I was wondering where
they died due to neglect. I'd have to look at the details of that. But sometimes people who are pro-life try to draw this big distinction between allowing harm and doing harm. But I think in some cases we would recognize that there's not much of a difference, right? Like if I had a 6-month-old child, I set it down and I didn't feed it for 2 weeks, nobody would say like, okay, well, you didn't kill him because it's not like you actively did something to him, you just let them die. I don't think people would see as much of a distinction there.
I mean, sure, but like that's not what a miscarriage is, right? So like if you are pregnant, you are feeding your baby. You would not yourself be alive if you were not feeding your baby while you're pregnant. You might not be getting all of the possible essential nutrients, but like generally speaking,
yeah, but you can get to black out the lung and kill your baby, so you can get it.
Baby. And the body is incredibly resilient, right? Human beings are incredibly resilient. So even with these issues, like if you weren't eating enough while pregnant, that's not usually gonna cause your baby to die. That's not something that's happening. Again, miscarriages are happening because of these mostly issues that we can't really do anything about. Like even with modern medical technology, these are things that are fundamental to pregnancy, and it's just a part of life.
But it seems like
sometimes people die. That's not the same thing as killing people, though, is it?
Sure, but if babies are dying, usually we would take really aggressive steps to limit the number of babies dying.
If we can do anything about it, yeah, sure. But we're talking about things that we physically cannot do anything about.
Yeah, but if it was the case that like 20% of miscarriages could be prevented, then wouldn't we want to aggressively do something to ensure? Because how many pregnancies are there, right? In a given...
Well, what exactly are you suggesting we do to prevent those miscarriages?
I don't know. It could be aggressive dieting plans. It could be restricting the type of people that are allowed to get pregnant, depending on likelihood for miscarriage.
You want us to do eugenics?
I think if anything, I mean, you could view this as eugenics, or you could view this as the opposite of eugenics, technically. Because if you're the one that's viewing a fetus as a life, arguably you saying that anybody should be able to have kids when some people are more likely to murder children over and over again by engaging in sexual behavior that they know has a high likelihood of causing a miscarriage, you could argue in a roundabout way that that's kind of a form of eugenics. But
yeah, again, that's not what murder is. It's not murder to have a child die outside of your control. That's still not what murder is.
Sure, let's say, well, here's hypothetical. Let's say.
It is not. Okay, I am not arguing. Yeah, we are going to do this. I'm not arguing that people who have, for example, like chronic health conditions and severe like disabilities that they have like they're carriers for, I don't think those people should be prevented from having sex and conceiving children just because their child could possibly inherit that could inherit the condition. Excuse me, and that child could die. My cat just bit my leg. And I don't think that this eugenics program is the same thing as saying you're not allowed to kill people. Like, I think that eugenics is the opposite of the pro-life ideology. Like, Margaret Sanger made that very clear. Eugenics is a very pro-abortion stance. And I don't think that limiting the amount of life we're allowed to bring into the world based off of how they could possibly maybe die because of all the things that could go wrong with their genetics, these pre-existing conditions, like that's not even remotely the same thing as saying do not actively directly kill somebody by ripping their limbs apart, by suctioning them out of their mother's body into a vacuum. I think that that's completely different.
So when you say it would never be ethical to limit life coming into the world, do you think it would be unethical to bring a child into the world if you knew for a fact that it would starve to death in the first 2 weeks because you don't have food to feed it or the mother?
What do you mean?
What part of that didn't you understand?
So you're asking me if would it be ethical for you as a mother to give birth?
Yeah, let's say that you knew for a fact that you wouldn't be able to feed a child for 2 weeks coming into the world. Would it be ethical for you to bring that child into life knowing that it's going to starve to death in 2 weeks?
As opposed to, I mean, at that point, you are close to giving birth if you know that somehow. So you would be going into a late-term abortion procedure, which would involve injecting that child with potassium chloride, which is the same chemical we execute death row inmates with, by the way, and it's incredibly painful. And then ripping that child apart limb by limb, right? With no anesthetics, like nothing numbing the pain for that child. That child can absolutely feel that pain, and
Yeah,
it's
but in
excruciating.
Destiny, hypothetically, the child is dying of hunger, which is one of the worst deaths possible. Like, it's not even comparable, right? I'm against the late abortion, but like, if your life is fucked up and you have not enough money to feed yourself and you get pregnant, you know you're not gonna be able to raise a child in 9 months, right? Like, this is obvious. It's not something that's long term or... Yeah, you can get your life back together and maybe, but this is very full perspective, right? Sometimes you have situation out of your control, especially in the United States, I would guess, because of the price of healthcare and education, right? Like, if you have an accident in the US, the bill for it's gonna be crazy, right? If you spend like 1 week in the hospital. So yeah. But there's which argument? It was not the initial argument, but
You think that that would be a better solution?
Nope.
Because that's what we're talking about here,
No,
right?
that's not what I
we're
asked.
talking
Literally
about.
not what I asked
Yeah.
at all. It's literally not what we're talking about. I asked a really simple question. I said, would it be ethical to bring a child into this world knowing that you couldn't feed it? The alternative might be, for instance, not getting pregnant. I'm challenging you because one of the statements you gave was that it's not ethical to limit life. Let me, real quick. The reason why I'm providing this challenge is because I know that a lot of people like to wield around the word eugenics as some scary thing, but I'm not going to get scared off just because you're screaming eugenics at me. So my question is, and I'll repeat it, is would it be ethical to bring a child into the world knowing that it could starve to death in 2 weeks because you don't have the food to feed it? I'm challenging your idea that it's never ethical to limit life coming into the world.
It would be better to not get pregnant if you knew that you couldn't provide for a child.
Okay.
But I don't think that's a reason to murder that child, because what we're talking about, like,
I'm not
abortion
talking
is
about
not
murder at
an-
all. I'm not even close to that. We're not even talking about abortion right now. No, we're not even
Yes,
talking
we
about
are.
abortion right now.
So,
I'm
yes, we are. This is a
challenging your statement.
conversation
You
about
said
abortion.
that you didn't like this eugenics idea that it's ethical to limit life coming into the world.
Because you were literally talking about whether or not we should implement a eugenics program where the government tells people with disabilities and chronic conditions that they shouldn't try to have children because those children might have a higher chance of dying. And that is eugenics, Destiny. And I don't appreciate you saying that I'm using that word in a way to, like, I'm trying to scare you or something. That's literally what you are describing. So let's be very clear about what we're talking about right now. You are describing eugenics, and I'm telling you that eugenics is wrong.
That's fine that you believe that, but a lot of people are
I don't understand why you're comparing not telling people who might give a genetic condition to their child that limits that child's life. I don't understand why you're comparing people who have chronic conditions having children to women giving birth knowing their baby's going to starve to death in a week. And I don't see what any of this has to do with the direct murder of human beings, which is what abortion is.
Gotcha. Okay. So typically if you're having a discussion around a really complicated moral issue, usually you're trying to go piece by piece to figure out what the other person's stated position is. right? You said a lot of things that I don't think you agree with, and that's what I'm testing. So for instance, one of the things you said was it's never ethical to limit life coming into the world, and I challenged you on that, and it seems like you agree that there might be cases where it's ethical to limit life coming into the world. So since we agree that it is ethical, now it's a matter of finding out when it's ethical and when it's not. I'm just testing because a lot of the times when I have debates with people over moral issues, they will try to steamroll with like 5 or 10 different moral statements, but when you start to break those apart individually, they don't actually feel that strongly about them. They just kind of hope that you take all 5 or 10 of them at once and assume that you have an overwhelming amount of evidence for your position. So that's why I'm asking.
I can assure you that I do feel very strongly about eugenics, Stephen.
Right. So do you think that eugenics is always wrong?
What do you mean by eugenics?
Well, what do you mean by eugenics? Well, tell me what you mean by eugenics. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, I feel like what I'm talking about eugenics might be different from what you mean when you're talking about eugenics, because you seem to agree with it. So tell me, what do you think eugenics means?
Do you want me to give my definition first? Or you want to give your definition?
I'm asking you for your definition.
On my definition, on the broadest level, eugenics seems to be doing something to try to encourage or discourage certain types of people from reproducing, like a very, very broad sense.
Fine. Let's work with that definition.
Okay. Do you think it's always wrong to discourage certain types of people from having children or from having certain children born?
It depends what you mean by discourage. If you're talking about the government coming in and telling people who can and cannot have children, I think that is wrong.
Sure. Okay. So we're not talking about the government right now. Let's just talk morally. Do you think that it might?
I'm not interested in having a conversation about my personal feelings about these things. I'm talking about what I think the government.
Yeah, what the government should do should align with your moral belief. Like, if you have belief that murder is wrong, I want my government to punish murder. Right? That's kind of obvious. I don't get this.
Government should be allowed to do about these things.
Okay, but what is law and government policy if not downstream from our
That's what I
personal
said.
ethical convictions? That's literally where law and policy
I mean,
comes from.
there is a difference between what I think might be moral or ethical and what the government is allowed to do
No,
with
there's
that,
not.
right?
In a hypothetical world, there is not. You should want the government to align with your moral conviction. Because if you have a moral conviction, you should think it's right? If not, you shouldn't have this moral conviction. So, yeah.
Right?
Sure, but I generally think that your prescription here is going to follow from your moral ethical points. I'm just curious in your individual moral or ethical idea, because you said eugenics is always wrong. You didn't say it should be illegal or outlawed or it shouldn't be government enforced. You said it's wrong. So I'm just curious if you actually believe that.
Using my definition of eugenics, which is directly tied to governments going out of their way to fund and to facilitate eugenics programs, because it's how
Okay,
eugenics has
so
functioned,
this is
right, in modern history.
self-definition. Basically, eugenics is the government implementing eugenics. So she didn't say what eugenics was for her. It's a circular definition, right? What's a dog? A dog is an animal that looks like a dog.
The government has funded these programs and they have encouraged these programs. I want to be really clear right now that I think the government having eugenics programs is wrong. And I hope that you would agree with me.
Do you? Well, it depends on how you define eugenics. How do you define eugenics?
We're working with your definition.
Okay,
even
so
if we're not
then I
talking
would
about
say
our
I don't
personal
know. I don't
morality-
think it's always wrong then. No, I don't.
Okay, why?
Because there might be certain types of children that you want to avoid bringing into the world for a variety of reasons. For instance, I think in a lot of European countries, like
No, this is true.
in Scandinavia, you can test in the womb for if a child might have Down syndrome, and some people might prefer to abort those children
This is
rather than
true.
carry them to term and then go through that in life.
This is true
I
in
think if you're
Europe,
able
and
to-
I think it's a good thing. Yeah. I'm not gonna talk too much about this, but I'm European, and yeah, I think that's good.
Identify that at an incredibly early age. I don't think an abortion there would necessarily be a bad thing. I think that might be an ethical form of eugenics, perhaps.
You think it's ethical to kill children with Down syndrome before they are born, even though Down
Oh,
syndrome is not like a
well.
life-limiting.
They don't kill children with Down syndrome, they kill fetus who are porting genetic markers of Down syndrome. It's not a murder, right? It's an abortion. But I guess the point is the children, fetus of the children, which is stupid. And that's science. But, yeah.
condition. Like, it's not going to threaten your physical health to have Down syndrome.
No, but it
just
destroys
a
and degrades the
disability.
quality of life of every single person around you.
And you're saying that we get to decide that for that person.
No, it's a parent choice.
Well, I mean, I can only do it statistically speaking. Like, I'm sure there might be some people that are really happy to have a Down syndrome child, but
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of
Yeah, but,
families who
yeah,
have Down syndrome
there is
who
those-
are talking about situations in these countries right now where Iceland, there's nobody with Down syndrome in Iceland. Like, no new babies being born with Down syndrome because they all get aborted. And these people have come out and said that it's wrong to kill somebody and to decide for them that it's better to
Wait,
be dead than
the
to have
way
Down
it
syndrome.
works
I
from my
think that's a
understanding, and I'm European, but I'm not sure I'm right about this, so check the facts of the... But it's still the choice of the parents, it's not an automatic abortion, from what I understood. So, yeah, some people may have a lovely life and love the share of themselves, and some people are also ruined by it. I'm pretty sure that's true. Someone who has chronic illness since I was 6, I can tell you it has an impact on the parent. And mine is not even related to mental development, but it's just about health and energy to do stuff. I'll talk about this if some people are interested. But yeah, I have been sick for almost 30 years, and yeah, it's not easy for the people around you, my sister, my mother, my father, even my friends. Yeah. And it's not a... Yes, it's a serious illness, but it's not life-threatening. I can walk most of the times. So, you know, it's not a big deal, and still it has a huge impact of people around me. So I can't imagine a more serious disease. It's not anodine, it's not like innocent and everything is good, right? It's very too big to think like this because I don't judge too much, but I think this is stupid. I'm sorry, I did judge too much. I'm dying yet. Yeah. Yeah, I ate my build, so I need to do something about it. But I don't have the aspect to play anything. Everybody said Druid sucks, but I level a Druid to 40 or... Honestly, it was fun to level, but Necro, if you don't have the aspect, if you want to do a minion or a bone spear build, if you don't have the aspect, it's a shit. You are OM constantly. It's really annoying. Yeah.
a bad statement. Would you agree with me?
That it's say that again?
That it's better to be dead than to have Down syndrome? Do you think that's a fair statement?
Well, no, we're not talking about whether you should be dead. We're talking about whether you should
Because that's what an abortion does. Abortions kill
Oh, I'm sorry. I
people.
thought I was going to get
It
to
is
finish
not-
my statement. My bad. The question wasn't
Yeah.
whether or not you're dead. The question is whether or not you are ever alive,
Yes.
right? So it might be the case,
not
for
what we're
instance.
talking about.
Well, I'm testing your principles on this. We don't even necessarily have to be talking about we don't necessarily have to be talking about abortion. We could be talking about preventing people who have Down syndrome or a high likelihood of giving birth to Down syndrome kids from having children. That might be the case. So there might be some neurodegenerative diseases that people maybe should avoid having children with. Maybe.
Okay, well, I'm interested in talking about abortion because it's what I talk about. That's what I do. So you think it's better because an abortion kills a fetus.
Mm-hmm.
A successful abortion always kills a fetus. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
You think that it's better to kill somebody than for them to have Down syndrome. We're not
What?
talking
Okay.
about not conceiving that child.
What? Okay. Fuck. I'm being stupid right now. How old are you again?
Oh
I'm
god,
19.
but why are you
Okay.
talking with her? She's 19, she doesn't understand shit. You're so stupid when you're 19, everyone. I don't know a single people over 30 who doesn't tell you when I was stupid when I was 19. It doesn't exist. You can, I'm 37, and like, any of my friends, if you ask how you were thinking right when you were 19, everyone then was saying, no, I was fucking stupid. So yeah, she's 19, normal, she's... Yeah. Okay.
What is your goal in this conversation?
I don't know. You asked me to talk to you.
Okay, sure. But I'm trying to engage you with our brains, having a dialogue back and forth to figure out what we believe, where we stand, and then to move the conversation forward. But you understand that, like, when you say things like, oh, so you think it's okay to kill a baby, and you just want to murder all babies, and you think when you murder a baby, that's okay to kill a baby, right? You're not actually, like, engaging. That is exactly... That is exact. No,
it's not.
You're not asking me questions. You're not even remotely attempting to engage with what I'm saying. You think that if you just keep hammering me with, like, the same statements you're probably used to screeching outside at people while you're holding your signs, that's somehow a way of, like, winning the conversation, which is fine. If you want to talk about what you can. It's just boring for me. But I mean, like, that's cool if you want. So here's a question. So you mentioned...
Did you condescend harder? Like, do you think it would be physically possible for you to
condescend? It's not condescending. It's exactly what she's doing. This is not condescending. He said, for Destiny, he said it in a very nice manner. Like, but she can't even hear that, so... Yeah.
And harder to me.
When you ask me questions...
You are some kind of political debater, right? That's what you do. You're like 30-something, you're a political debater, that's your job. If you are not prepared for a conversation like that, that's fine. We can have a talk about how my day's been. I don't...
He's so much better prepared than you. You can even hear... You can answer any question. Killing babies, but... Like...
care. But I'm here to get some answers from you about what you've been talking about recently. And yeah, I'm not here to have baby sweet time talk with you. That's not what we're doing. I'm under that impression. But if you're more comfortable, if I have a soft voice, if I talk like a good woman,
what the fuck is she talking about?
I don't understand why you're acting like I'm screaming at you when I'm just asking.
First of all, this never never addressed the way she's speaking. That's not what he meant. But anyway, she's incapable of answering what he said. He was characterizing her argument by saying, hey, everything you say is killing baby. But he doesn't mean he was speaking about her voice, right? Literal voice. That's not the person. And the second, she always did in this conversation, she missed the point and she answered something that was not related with from what he was saying. So it's funny because, yeah, she's getting annoyed, but she's doing the same thing again. Which is, I guess, fine, but it's fucking annoying. I hate people like this. You can't talk with them.
Asking you the questions that are related to the subject.
I just love how similar the far left and the far right people are when it comes to their demeanor. So it's very entertaining to me.
You think I'm far left or far right?
It's just, well, no, it's like any kid that's incredibly dogmatic and ideologically partisanly driven on some issue that you all kind of like speak the same, which is funny to me. Like
what, like you?
The accusations of misogyny and like all the shitters is very funny to me. Okay, so here's a question. Okay, let's say that a woman knows she has a 95% chance of miscarriage if she gets pregnant. Do you think it's ethical for a person like that to get pregnant, knowing that 19?
We're not talking about whether or not it's ethical for
somebody
to get pregnant.
She doesn't understand why. She doesn't even understand why he's asking the question. The reason he's asking this question because if she says yes, it basically goes to the same point about abortion. It's not directly related, but the moral standpoint it is, right? And if she says no, you understood what I meant. But yeah, she can't even see that. And it's a good way to advance the discussion, right? Because you don't build your moral argument on simple stuff, right? Something is not just right or wrong. You have a path to do to conclude it's right or wrong, right? Why is murder wrong? Murder is wrong because it's murder, right? This is a boring conversation. Why? I don't get it.
That's not what I'm interested in discussing. I'm interested in whether or not you think it's okay to kill someone for having Down syndrome, and whether or not killing someone is better than a Down syndrome person, like a person who has Down syndrome existing. Like, you think it's better to kill that person?
Okay. This is why I'm saying you're not actually engaging in a conversation.
Just answer the question, dude.
I'm curious. Can you answer that for me? What do you think I'm going to say? You asked me the question. You don't know if I'm going to say if it's okay or not to kill a person with Down syndrome.
Because that's what you're arguing for. With your position about Iceland's ratio of people who don't have Down syndrome. It's because they're all aborted.
I just
And you are saying-
want to hear you. Yeah, so I'm just curious. Just take a guess. What do you think my answer is going to be? Am I okay with killing people with Down syndrome?
Obviously no!
I'll tell you what you're gonna say. I don't know who you are, Steven.
Obviously no! Is she crazy?
I would say probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So why is it okay to
I'm gonna
abort
die.
those people then?
We haven't even gotten to the abortion thing yet. Right now,
We just
we're,
got to it. I feel like we
hold
just
on.
got to it.
No,
so
no, no,
let's
no.
talk about it.
Right now, we're literally asking because you said eugenics is always wrong. That was the statement that I wanted to fight on. But it sounds to me like you personally, you don't actually believe that eugenics is wrong.
I don't
You
like
think
my
that
build,
all-
I don't know what to do. I need to find a fun build. But I don't know. Maybe I can play Good Search, but I don't have any aspect for it. It's fucking annoying. Wait, no, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, I'm gonna want to play the most. I forgot to take this. Images. Maybe not. Yeah, this is weird. Introduction. But I'm gonna be around constantly. That's it. I think I'm not gonna sacrifice my warrior. I'm gonna because I'm gonna get mana and get defenders. I'm gonna sacrifice my warrior. Oh yeah, but if I don't do that, I'm missing some bits. It's so annoying. Okay, what's this? Yes, I'm going back to sorry, what's this?
all forms of abortion are wrong, and eugenics just
I
so
do think that eugenics is wrong. Operating under my definition of eugenics, understand that eugenics is fundamentally tied to government intervention, and people.
Do you think eugenics doesn't have to
people
be
of certain
tied to
races-
government intervention, right?
It usually is though, right? And the way
Usually,
it's
but by
practically
definition, it doesn't have to be, right?
I think it is wrong for the government to tell Jewish people, people who aren't white, people with disabilities that they can't have children, right? I think that that's wrong. And I hope we can
That's-
disagree on
that's-
that. So,
Sure, but I'm
now
saying
we've
that like
answered that.
having like a
But we talk
society
about
that
what we're
encourages
actually
people
talking
with
about.
a society that encourages people with certain genetic abnormalities to not have children. You could argue that that is like a form of eugenics, right? Like for instance, some people argue that abortion is a form of eugenics on black people because a lot of black babies, proportionally speaking, get aborted. But that's not like a government enforced program, right?
Why do you not have a...
I mean, the abortion industry is subsidized by the government. Yes, you could argue that, but I mean,
Wait, is
I'm not really
subsidization by the
interested-
government, does that make it eugenics then?
I mean, it's inherently connected to the government, and the government is encouraging it. So I think that would make it, yeah, more of a eugenics program if the government's directly doing it.
Okay, so then is all form of abortion that gets any type of government support, is that all eugenics, or?
I mean, again, you have to deal with the other component of the definition of eugenics, which is limiting the amount of certain kinds of people who are born. So, I mean, yeah, if you want to talk specifically about abortion businesses that are funded and subsidized directly by the government, who do abort a disproportionate amount of certain groups of people because they are deliberately planned to be in those neighborhoods and to reach out to those certain groups of people, then yes, you could argue that's a form of eugenics. I'm personally interested in having a conversation about whether or not deciding not to have a baby because you're worried about giving it some genetic trait you have. I'm not interested in having a conversation about whether or not that's ethical, right? Because I think the far more interesting conversation is regarding the active mass murder of children right now, which is completely illegal in the United States. I think that's wrong.
Sure, and I can understand that, but then my questions earlier around the miscarriage stuff was that there's also like a massive like death of some preventable miscarriage that's also being like the massive death of children. I think that if we do agree, and like I said, I could go dig for more numbers, but right now what I'm saying is 25% of miscarriages are preventable. If it was the case that that millions of children across the United States were dying due to preventable things like not being fed, that would be a thing that it would probably be like my #1 list of priorities to address. That there are 25% of children's deaths in the United States are easily preventable things. So if it was the case that an abortion is murdering somebody or a miscarriage is the death of a child, if I say that 25% of those miscarriages are identifiable, that should be like your guys' as a next step, because that's like the biggest loss of child life in the United States then.
Again, it's not because they're not being fed, right? We just went over this. Those other
I never said it wasn't because you're not being fed, but I'm saying it's because of preventable causes.
You literally just said of not being fed, right? So
well, no, I compared it to a starving child, but I'm saying that like these are preventable in some way.
Right, so it's not comparable to a starving child. That's what I'm trying to illustrate to you. So if we're talking about those other percentage of miscarriages, again, we're talking about things that, while theoretically are preventable, they're not really in any practical terms. Like women who have bifurcated uteruses, for example, getting pregnant. This is not really a preventable thing, unless we get the government
involved. I'm not talking about the ones that aren't preventable. I'm talking about the ones that are preventable.
We're the percentage that you listed includes those kinds of cases, right? So if we're talking about...
No, it doesn't. No.
Yes, it does. So if we're...
No, it says modifiable risk factors were... Please don't... Hold on, you're triggering me. Don't do that, okay? Okay. It says modifiable risk factors were alcohol consumption, lifting of over 20 kilograms daily, and night work. Those are the modifiable risk factors that they looked at in this Danish study.
I am far more concerned with the direct killing of thousands, actually millions of children.
Yeah, but that's not consistent.
Why are you more concerned about that than the miscarriages?
Because directly killing someone, right, is I think much of a bigger issue than children dying from things that we maybe could possibly prevent, which are still a minority of miscarriages by far. And I think it's also important that this mass killing is not just happening; it's that it's legal. Right, so we're condoning it as a society.
Okay.
Yes,
so then some degree of some degree of negligence that results in child death should be totally a-okay in your society.
No, I didn't just say that. That's not what I said. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Well, because that's what you're saying. That if 25% of miscarriages are preventable, a miscarriage, we should actually hold on. Wait. We need to stop saying miscarriage. We need to say baby death. Okay, because that's really what you're talking about, right? So 25% of baby deaths in the United States that happen from miscarriages. Do you think those are acceptable? That happen from negligence?
So you can't interchange the term miscarriage with baby death, even though it is the death of a child. I have lost 2 children to miscarriage.
Death of a child is baby death, right?
Well, yes, but it's not. It's a very specific kind of
baby death.
Child, right?
I agree, but there's some baby death that's just due to negligence or, preventable factors, right?
You think that
we can call it infanticide if you want, maybe.
Well, infanticide is a very specific legal term that means the death of a child that was already born.
Okay.
And in fact, infanticide is actually the killing of a child that was already born, not just the death of a child. But if we're going to be specific, I think that what I'm confused about is why you're assigning blame to these women inherently.
Because it can happen due to negligence. Yeah, because it can happen due to negligence.
That's not what negligence is it?
It is. It is. If there's a modifiable risk factor that could increase the likelihood of you carrying a child to term, then you not following through on that would be the child dying to
if you drink every day, for example.
You think that a woman not happening to know that she has some kind of genetic issue that causes her to have a higher
No, but
perception
that's
and
not what
having
he's talking
miscarriage
about.
because of this thing that she didn't know about. You think that's negligent?
God, she's driving me nuts. He said 20 times, he's talking about 20% that are due to specific activity like drinking, lifting heavy weights, and stuff like this.
The 3 controllable, modifiable risk factors here that I see are alcohol consumption, lifting over 20 kilograms daily, and night work. And this says that we estimate that by 25.2% of the miscarriages might be prevented by reduction of all these risk factors to low levels. So not consuming alcohol, not lifting more than 20 kilograms daily, and avoiding work at night. Those seem to be things that you probably, if you're going to murder a child, you should probably be aware of these things, I would imagine.
I mean, it's illegal in a lot of states to drink while you're pregnant and to do drugs while you're pregnant. And if that's what we're talking about, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Well,
If you know that
no.
you're
We're not talking
pregnant
about
and you
making it
drink and you do
illegal. We're
drugs.
talking about making aggressive steps to find women that are pregnant, because some women might have sex and not know they're pregnant. So that you literally are creating a baby that could be negligently killed, essentially, by not being really aggressive and helping these women identify early pregnancies.
Like, how would we do that?
I don't know. What's the earliest you can pee on a strip and find out? Isn't it like 1 week or 2 weeks after
That's
a missed period?
not- Oh, okay. I was like, no, you can't know if you're 1 week pregnant. Oh my god.
Yes,
No.
this is
So
why we
you
let
have
people
to-
finish their sentences. Yeah, I'm pretty sure by 1 or 2 weeks after a missed period, I think the success rate is like 99% on like a take-home pregnancy test, isn't it?
Yeah, so after you're 6 weeks pregnant.
Wait, is it after you're 6 weeks pregnant?
Yeah, so
Okay.
pregnancy is measured, yeah.
Sure. So then, so we should like really aggressively try to find these women, right, that are having sex.
How? Why?
What do you mean why? Hold
Like,
on.
like,
Let me
you're-
just
your
make a quick point. Wait.
argument is that
I just want to make a.
institutionalize
I understand.
all
I understand. I
women who are
understand.
having sex.
Sure.
What are you
So,
talking about?
I understand, and I like that you respond this way because I agree. It's a really goofy line of questioning, but I think the issue is that intuitively you know that your position is silly, because if it was the case
No,
that
that was not my
if it
position.
was the case that a zygote, that a fetus of one cell size, if it was the case that that was a human being, a living baby that was endowed with all these rights, you wouldn't be so incredulous when you say things like, why would you try to find that out? Why would you even care? But the reason why you're doing it is such a laughable concept to try to save
you're
a
trying really hard
6-week-old
to
fetus.
shoehorn me.
I'm not
So a
shoehorning you anyway.
6-week-old
I'm telling you, this is how you're reacting. You're laughing because the concept of trying to save a. Please don't say that. You're triggering me. Don't talk to me that way, okay?
Steven, listen. First of all, a 6-week fetus is not a single-celled organism. I don't know
Wait, what's
where
your
you
name?
went to school. I just told you my name at the beginning of this conversation.
I don't fucking remember. It was a long time ago.
My name is Ayala.
Ayala?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's Hebrew.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
a 6-week fetus is not the size of a single cell. That is
Really?
not accurate.
Do you think that I don't know that?
Well, you just seem to get those two things conflated, so I wanted to clarify.
How
for
did I get
people.
those two things conflated? Go ahead and tell me.
You said preventing the deaths of 6-week fetuses, and then you said
Do we need this
embryo
profile?
that's the size of like a single cell.
Do we need that tied to overall sacred item? Seriously? Need to go do the tags. Okay, there is no attack anymore. Yes, there is. Oh, my computer is not too. Yeah, it still stays right here. But it shows it's not connected. What's the point? Too lazy. Okay, yeah, there is no attack. Did I finish my dungeon? Yeah, I have 58 minutes.
Something like that, and that's just not. That's not what we're talking
your
about. the 6-week
position
fetus.
is that you
But
think
even-
that a wait. Your position is you think a single-celled
Again,
organ.
you keep
Wait.
saying your position. You don't know what my position is,
Oh,
right? So let
okay.
me tell you
Wait,
what
yeah,
it
tell
is.
me. Tell me. When does the fetus become endowed with the rights to human life? Tell me. Go ahead.
Hang on.
Hanging.
Let's walk this back for like 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Iola. Tell me.
Ayala, you keep telling me that I have this position and
Mm-hmm.
that I know that my logic is silly and that's why I'm laughing.
Mhm.
Destiny, it's your logic that you are presenting me with and projecting onto me. I
Sure.
never said these things.
Okay. I don't know.
You
Maybe
are-
you don't
you-
think moment of
you-
conception. Yeah. So tell me. Go ahead.
You are arguing
Mm-hmm.
that I believe something that you are projecting onto me. I want to be very clear. I have not agreed that we should put
I understand.
women. Heck, no, you don't understand. So I'm going to explain it to you.
I'm just asking you. Please, Lale, tell me. When do you think that like a baby is like a baby? When is it worth protecting? At what stage in conception or gestation?
I think life does begin at conception, but I don't think that that means that we should put women who are pregnant in the hospital and monitor their health and stop them from maybe having a miscarriage, because it's not something we do for born people, right?
No, it is.
That's not reasonable care.
It super is. As a father of a son, yes, okay, I can tell you, I have experience. If your child, when they come out of the womb, if there are any health issues, then they will keep that child in the hospital for a little bit to monitor them to make sure that they're safe, because they would not send home.
But we don't keep all children in the hospital.
I didn't say we keep all children, but my understanding is there aren't a lot of children that have a 25% chance of being instantly fucking destroyed when they're born. But if there was a condition like that, you probably would keep all those children in the hospital. Would you agree?
Are you? So, okay. Are you arguing that we
Well,
pregnant women in the hospital?
it's kind of butt face here because you say 25%, but the statistic was 25% of miscarriage are due to factors that are controllable by the mother, right? But there is not 25% of abortion, pregnancy that end up in a miscarriage that's preventable. So I guess it's a lot less. So he's kind of being bad face, so I don't know if he misspoke, maybe. But,
or just pregnant women that might have some of these pre-existing conditions that
I'm saying I'm saying that in the very beginning stages after you have sex, we should probably be taking really aggressive steps to identify people that are pregnant if you believe that baby death is happening, if they have a preventable miscarriage.
And you're defining that as like drinking or
in this one study,
at the gym.
Danish study, well, you can find 20 kilograms of stuff to lift outside of the gym, believe it or not. But it seemed like the modifiable risk factors were alcohol consumption, lifting of over 20 kilograms daily, and night work.
And you're arguing that we keep, according to what you think is my logic, you're arguing that if I actually gave a shit about miscarried babies like my own, we would put all of those women in the hospital. We would identify them somehow. God only knows how. They would know that they were pregnant somehow. God only knows how. And
yeah, so that's called an hypothetical. You don't have to take all of this. He said the moral thing would be to do that, right? Like, but I guess you can see it like this because she doesn't understand hypothetical, which seems to be a thing on the side of the pro-life arguments. The only guy I saw speak rationally about and having a pro-life position was the guy who reacted to the Destiny debate with the two crazy girls. Well, one was crazy and the other was weird. But yeah, so the guy that reviewed the video explained his point logically with good arguments and using hypothetical and good real-life example. I don't agree with him, but he's an interesting guy to argue with, I would say. But here, there is no exchange. Just stupid.
We would keep them in the hospital to make sure they didn't have a miscarriage. That's what you think I believe.
Well, I'm saying that your logic commits you to that position. Now, I agree that it's
No,
funny.
it doesn't.
I think that's funny, but it's only funny because how ridiculous the notion is that we're doing so much effort to protect like a 1 or 2 week old thing. I agree that it's funny, but you don't understand the reason why you're laughing is because intuitively you know that's funny as well.
The reason I'm laughing is because you're trying to impose a position on me that is not aligned with my logic, and that inherently doesn't make sense in line with my logic, actually. And I don't think that you quite understand what my logic is.
Okay,
and that's why I tried to talk to you about abortion.
Sure. I'm gonna write down your logic, and then you tell me where I'm making a mistake. Okay, ready?
Destiny, do you want to talk about abortion or not? Because this whole time you've been trying to sidestep the issue, even when I specifically brought it up, and you said you didn't want to talk about abortion with me. That's my job, right? I talk about abortion. And if you're not comfortable having that conversation about why you think it's okay to kill people who have Down syndrome, that's fine. That's
well,
fine.
I never said we should kill people with Down syndrome, right?
Oh, okay, then what did you say?
I said that selecting to have children or not based on Down syndrome is a form of eugenics that I think a lot of people are probably okay with. And the idea that eugenics bad, that's not something you can just throw out in the middle of an argument to try to win like brownie points with an audience if you're actually going to be critically analyzing the position.
So, first of all, I am analyzing your position critically. It's a bad one. Second of all, I don't really care about winning brownie points with your audience because they're not going to like me anyway. Third of all, please answer the question then. Do you think that it's morally acceptable to abort babies for having Down syndrome? Mind you, that we do not find out very early in pregnancy that babies have Down syndrome, right?
I mean, I would say that before 20 weeks you can have an abortion, sure.
Yes.
But past 20 weeks, I don't think so. I think I'm on board with that. But that's been my position since the beginning, right?
When do you think babies are diagnosed with Down syndrome in the womb?
I mean, it depends on how invasive the procedure is, but I'm pretty sure you can know that around like 10 to 15 weeks. You can know it before the 20-week mark.
It can be performed as early as 11 to 14 weeks of pregnancy, but often it's detected about 15 to 22 weeks of pregnancy.
You added that too. I'm reading the exact same thing you're reading. It says between 15 and 20 weeks. Nice try though, Elio. Okay, I see what you're reading.
I'm on Alberta, and I don't think we have the same thing pulled up. It's done between 15 and 22 weeks of pregnancy. That's exactly what it says.
Okay, I saw the 11 to 14 weeks with the first trimester ultrasound and blood test. Screening can also be performed between 15 and 20 weeks by a blood test, but so it seems like it can be easily performed before 20 weeks.
I mean, it can be, but it's usually detected about 22 weeks in pregnancy.
Okay, could be. Well, then we would screen earlier because you probably want to kill a baby, right?
Okay. Do you think so you think it's morally okay to kill a baby that has Down syndrome so they do not have to live with Down syndrome?
I don't think it's okay to ever kill babies, no.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's okay to abort a baby?
I don't think it's okay to abort a baby. You mean have an abortion of like a fetus before 20 weeks? I think you can abort a fetus before 20 weeks for literally...
Sure, let's use the Latin term, which also means little baby. Fine, whatever makes you more comfortable. Let's use the euphemism.
Well, if you want to do the
okay
etymology argument that you want to win... Yeah, I think having an abortion before 20 weeks I think is generally okay, yeah.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
So, where do we stop with that?
20 weeks?
No, I mean, where do we draw the line? Like, with this eugenics line of argument? Like, do you think it's okay?
For eugenics line of argument, I would say... Well, here, do you want to take the really funny guesses first? Do you want to say we should abort all black people or all Indian people? Which you can do your straw man and then I can tell you what my position is. So I don't want to short circuit that argument.
I'm asking you what your position is. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Oh, okay. Because it sounded like you were just ready to do it. But yeah, I would say that aborting for things that are like developmentally would severely impact the life of the child or the life of people around it. That's probably an okay type of eugenics to perform in society. Eugenics that
give me some
revolve...
examples.
Sure. I think there's a disease called Tay-Sachs where like children live to like fucking 5 years old, I think. There's ichthyoquine psychosis. I can't even fucking pronounce it, but there's one where like the keratin is hardened of the baby's skin and the entire fucking baby's body is hardened. I don't know if those live generally past like a year or two. I'm sure there's a million other like genetic abnormalities that I don't know about that like have the child dying with before like 5 years of life. There's like a ton of different things like that. But like, yeah, I would say that in that case, because you're so developmentally focused, probably not okay. I would say that the types of abortions where you're trying to choose between features, aesthetic features, are probably not okay. For the same reason, I'd probably oppose like certain types of genetic modifications done to fertilized eggs, because I think that's probably not okay, that we're like designing babies for society to have blue eyes, brown eyes, white skin, whatever. But yeah, that's my general position on that.
Okay, so that's interesting though, because Down syndrome does not affect like the physical health of the people who have it. It's just...
She's capable of listening anything he says. He also says the people around them, right? And if you think it doesn't affect the people around them, you're just delusional. Like...
Hold on, can you say that one more time? Wait. Before I Google, because I know you're wrong in 50 million ways. Can you say that again? You don't think people with Down syndromes don't have...
People who have Down syndrome are not dying when they're 5 years old of Down syndrome.
I didn't say they're dying when they're 5 years old.
Well, you're comparing it to like these other things where children die very young, and you're saying that Down syndrome you feel is on par with it.
No, that was not the question. The question she asked the question, not him, she, whatever her name is. She asked what is his limit on eugenics, right? And she asked for examples, and he gave other examples. That doesn't invalidate the first one, or does not compare it in any way to the first one, right? He gets his girl.
I didn't say you had to die very young. I'm just saying things that have a dramatically negative impact on your health and your development. Down syndrome is one of those things, and the people around you. Down syndrome is definitely one of those things. I think their life expectancy is like 20 years lower than average. They've got all sorts of other complications, health problems that arise with Down syndrome too. Like, I'm pretty sure people with Down syndrome have like major health problems for a lot of their life, depending on, I guess, the other issues they suffer. But I can go look up all those side effects.
Then I'll give you another example.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
fine.
Go ahead.
So my fiance was born with a severe heart condition.
Okay.
And he had to have multiple major open heart surgeries before he turned 13. Do you think it would have been okay if we had the technology to detect that in the womb, to have killed him in the womb because he would have to have the surgery? He was perfectly healthy now.
Not if it's
Do you think it would have
fixable.
been okay?
Before 20 weeks?
Before 20 weeks, yes.
Yeah.
I'm interested in why you draw the line at 20 weeks.
Well, I'm sure you saw my abortion debate, but that's the...
I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like a clip.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. It's expected. You're 19. I would say that...
I just didn't know who you were, so I didn't really care that much.
Oh, you cared enough to tweet about me enough that I saw it, so...
That's my job.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't know if you get paid for that, but all right.
I actually do.
Yeah, okay. I don't believe you, but okay.
I get paid by POW.
I typically say that when the conscious experience begins to develop, that's the thing that we ought to protect, the conscious experience that somebody's having. You literally have my video thumbnail is literally your profile picture on Twitter. How are you saying you don't know who I am?
I know. I actually didn't know who you were whenever you made that video, and I became vaguely aware of who you are because one of my friends reached out and said that Destiny made a video saying that you debated really good, and I thought that your edit of me was really funny. Also, don't think that I didn't notice there's a Star of David in between my eyebrows. I thought that was a very nice touch.
Wait, is there? Wait, really?
There is. Zoom in on it. There's a Star of David in between my eyebrows in that picture.
That's August. August, there's no way you did that, right? Okay, sorry. Anyway, go ahead. Or that's my position on abortion.
Okay. Oh, find the conscious experience. Like, what does that mean to you?
Well, it seems to be the case that when there is some amount of brain activity, there's an emergent phenomenon in human beings where we tend to have some subjective conscious experience where we're aware of ourselves and we're aware of the world. And that seems to require the communication of like different parts of the brain, the development of like certain brain structures in order for that to happen.
So you mean just like conscious awakeness or like conscious awareness?
I don't think this is a Star of David. Nice.
It totally is Star of David. It totally is.
It looks like an artifact from the fiery like shit that's in your eyes.
It's 100% a Star of David.
It is. I'll bet my life it is not. But,
I'll bet my life it is. It was put there by Hashem. I believe that.
Okay. It's an artifact for the eye thing. Yeah, I figured. Sorry.
So,
okay.
because
So what was
there's
your
a difference
question again? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, there's a difference between being awake and being like sentient, like consciously aware, right? So,
True.
like newborns, for example, Peter Singer, by the way, is like a renowned debater, and he's very pro-abortion, and he's famously pro-infanticide because he thinks that newborns are not really that distinguishable from other unborn children because they don't have sentience, right? Like they don't have conscious
I'm aware.
awareness. They're just awake, like their eyes are open. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out like what exactly you mean by like consciousness when you say that.
It seems that humans have an experience where there is a subjective feeling about what it's like to be something. So I'm having some subjective conscious experience right now. The other humans I talk to have some subjective conscious experience. That awareness comes from the communication of different parts of our brain and the front part of our brain.
Okay, so and I'm assuming that you know that consciousness is like an ever-developing thing, especially in young children. Like they're still developing their consciousness, and throughout your early life, that is a continuous thing. Like it's not something that you would develop at once and you just have it. Like it's something that's consistently developing. I'm sure that you know that.
Sure, it might be. Yeah.
Yes, it is. So like you don't.
Yeah, some degree of self-awareness of passing like the red dot test or whatever, where you shine a laser beam on somebody's head or draw something and see if they recognize it in a mirror, etc. Like these are different aspects that develop as you age. Yeah.
Yeah, like newborns don't understand they're a different entity from their mother.
Okay.
Well, she's
so
a
how would you say
oh,
that
fuck, she's
newborns are
pregnant.
really any different than, I guess, 19-week babies
Well, because the
in that
development of that
sense.
conscious process seems to start at around 20 to 24 weeks, or 24 to 28 weeks, when the parts of the brain necessary for that emergent conscious to appear begin to communicate with each other.
So you're just worried about when it starts.
Yep.
You're not worried about. It's just really interesting to me because like there's not much of a like really tangible difference in between like a 19-week baby in utero and a like fresh out of the womb newborn in terms of their understanding of the world around them. There isn't.
I'm not going by understanding of the world around them. I'm going by
That's what
developing.
consciousness is.
No, I don't think so. I think there's plenty of people that are conscious with a very poor understanding of the world around them. But no, I would say it's like that subjective experience of knowing what it's like to be something. That I don't know how else you could put it into words. It's hard as a subjective conscious experience to describe what experience I'm having, but
Newborns have like no subjective conscious experience, even though they have that. They have those brainwaves and they have the parts of the brain that are starting to develop those things. Like compared to a 5-year-old, for example, their consciousness is horribly poorly developed, and like when you're
Yeah, but it's not arguing for the level of
there's
consciousness.
actually not much of a difference in between their consciousness capacity.
okay. Well, people that look developmentally at embryos seem to disagree with you, so I don't know what you want me to say about that.
Well, I'm asking, like, what?
There are parts of the brain that begin communicating with each other that we believe are responsible for the emergent phenomenon of consciousness anywhere from 20 to 24 weeks. That seems to be where the research is right now. That's what I've seen. I've also seen 24 to 28 weeks, but since the risk here is murdering a baby if we're wrong, you should probably err on the side of caution. I'd say around 20 weeks is probably where the cutoff should be.
Well, yeah, and like again, I agree. These things begin developing, give or take, at about that age. But even like right before, so like 19 weeks, we're drawing that line. It's not that much different from a newborn. Again, and I don't
Seems to be
understand.
pretty different. Yeah, I think so.
It's not like with the cognitive capacity of a newborn is not that indifferent to.
I'm not talking about the cognitive capacity in anything. Yeah.
Well, the capacity for conscious awareness.
There you go.
Like, however you want to phrase it.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
you
that's
don't
a
really
much
seem to have
different
like
thing,
a
right?
very firm grasp of your definition of this
I
consciousness
think
anyway.
my grasp is
So-
decent, but like you're asking me to like define the conscious experience is like the hardest question of like all of fucking science, arguably of the universe.
Seems pretty easy to me. I mean, if you're willing to bet people's lives on it, then it
Oh,
should be
really?
pretty
Then go ahead and
fucking
tell me
easy.
how would you define consciousness?
I already defined it for you.
Oh, do that again. I'm sorry. I must have
There's
missed
different
this
kinds of
groundbreaking.
consciousness. There's
Oh.
different kinds of consciousness. There's a
Uh-huh.
difference between someone being consciously awake
Mhm.
and someone having the capacity for conscious awareness.
True, but
So
what does it mean
somebody-
for somebody to be awake? Tell me, since you have this all figured out. I would love a better definition. Go
So
ahead.
somebody who's sleeping is not consciously awake. They're not like going through experiencing the world
True,
around
but
them.
when you say awake, what is it like to be awake? Please tell me this. I want you to solve this
So,
problem for me. Yes.
I'm just asking you.
No, I'm
why
asking you. You said you
think-
gave me a definition.
I'm
I want a
asking you.
definition. No, I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
No,
I'm
asking you. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. No, I am asking you. What does it mean when
Steven.
you're conscious? Alia.
Ayala.
Okay, so what does it mean when you're conscious? Tell me what that feeling is. What does that mean? Like you're conscious right now.
I'm not asking you to define a feeling. I'm not interested in talking about feelings. That's not what we're here to do.
Oh, technically, if we're talking about subjective conscious
scientifically-
experience, it's literally what it feels like to be something.
Objectively and scientifically,
Uh-huh.
there is not a significant difference between the conscious capacity of a 19-week baby in the womb
Mhm.
versus a, I don't know, premature or even newborn baby. Like there's really not.
Oh.
They're
What?
not experiencing the world. In
I was
a
born
very
at 6
different way.
months.
They don't know they're different from their
Fuck you.
mother. They act on instinct. They don't act on their feelings towards other people.
First of all,
like
I don't
they-
agree with you when you say that. They don't know what it means to be different from their mother. Can you explain more what
They
you mean when you
literally
say
don't. Like, so, and this is a very well-known thing amongst women who talk about pregnancy pretty often, like I do. Newborn babies
No.
freak out.
It's not. It's a Freudian thing, maybe like but it's not a current thing. Stop your bullshit. Normal people don't talk about this shit. Yeah.
Crazy bad when they're away from their world, but they're not just because they
It's a good object and the bad object, and if the object provides food, for example, it becomes a good object, and the big difference between the good object. Fuck you.
know that it's bad to be away from their mother, like instinctually, because they need resources from her. But it's because they don't understand that they are a separate person.
I didn't pre-watch this. I promise. I didn't pre-watch this. She's saying exactly what I said, but in a condescending, annoying tone.
From their mother.
Okay,
They have
that is
studies on
that is not true. What are
Yes,
you
it
talking-
is. Yes, it is.
No, it's
Newborn
not.
babies don't know that they're a different part from their mother.
Okay,
because
let me
they used
ask.
to be
I'm sorry.
inside of her.
When you say newborn, what does that mean?
newborn is a common designation for infants. It's a
No, but I'm
baby
because
that was...
like you can hold a baby that's like 6 weeks old, 2 months old, away from the mom, and he's not gonna freak out.
Okay, so let's use a very simple definition of newborn, like a baby that was quite literally just born. Like a baby that was
sure.
just inside of their
Quite
mother
literally just born. I could buy that.
doesn't understand
Okay, sure. That might be the case. Sure. I don't know if
I
it's
mean,
true or
do you
not, but
want
I
me
could
to
grant
Google
it.
this for you?
If
Do
you
you
want
want me
to.
to
But
Google
it
this
also,
for
I don't think
you?
there's any bearing on the argument either. I don't know that that means that they're not conscious. It
I was
probably.
just trying to ask you, like, what are you talking about? Like, why do you think that a 19-week baby and a newborn
Mhm.
child are significantly different in their conscious capacity when a
Because
newborn
there's
literally
significant
isn't?
difference in the development of the brain parts that are required to deploy a conscious experience.
Yes.
The development difference between a 19-week-old child and a born baby is significantly different.
Yeah.
I thought we were just talking about a subjective conscious experience, whatever that means. Are we talking
I'm
about
sorry,
science?
I
Are we
didn't
talking
have-
about brainwaves? Or are we talking about
Well,
subjective
you know
conscious
what? When it comes to
experiences?
science, believe it or not, even the best scientists in the world have not solved the hard problem of consciousness yet. So I'm sorry that I can't give you the exact definition that you're looking for, but
Again, I think if you're betting people's lives on the definition of consciousness, like you should probably have a better answer than, I don't know, it has something to do with brainwaves, it's a subjective experience, I can't define it for you.
don't we do that right now to figure out if people are dead or not?
I'm gonna die.
No.
Okay, how do we decide when somebody's dead?
When someone's brain dead, but that's a completely
Wait,
different
wait,
experience in this setting.
brain
That's a
dead?
completely
Whoa,
different-
wait.
that's
Why
a
does the
completely
brain
different
death
thing than
matter?
deciding whether or not someone has become alive.
Sure,
There is
well,
a
no,
difference
okay,
between
well,
coming
sure.
alive and dying.
Sure, let's just focus on that part though. Why would brain death be the thing that matters to figure out if a person's dead or not? No, why did she leave? It glitched. She's coming back. She's coming back. Don't worry, I know she's coming back. Hold on. Hold up.
I'm gonna die. I don't have any potion and there's a boss coming. Dead. I think I'm dead. Yeah.
Discord crashed for me. I think I have a trigger now around women saying my name. Steven. Like, I think it actually triggers the fuck out of me. I'm going to fight or flight.
Dude, I'm gonna die. Dude, I got no potion for this?
This is the second Crip you've talked to in as many days. 1 year as a brother, 1 year alone, disgusting for one a baby conceived in rape. 1 year later, proud to be. How is this a Crip? What part about this makes it a Crip?
Some potion, so.
Hello? Oh, hello?
I don't know what happened.
What? No!
Been having a lot of
Fuck!
issues today, don't worry.
Did I lag or? Well, I hated my class, so I guess that's okay, but... It's weird because they stopped moving for a while and then there was like 22,000 projectiles. Yeah, I hated my class, so I'm okay with dying, but... I don't know, I think Necro is really good when you are level. You have all your stuff, but it's really boring when you... I want to watch my stream again, just to see if it was a lag or if it was a real death, but... I'm okay with dying because my character was fucking boring. So... But yeah, Necro when you are like this, it's fucking cool. But before you get all your aspect, and it's very shit. Anyway, we're gonna roll because yeah, Necro was, I'm gonna I'm gonna create a new character, but I don't know what it will be.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, why do you think brain death is an important way to figure out if somebody's dead or not?
It's harder, dude. But look at this. How can you play this?
When somebody is brain dead, they're not going to regain consciousness.
They both saw it, no?
Okay. Well, but I'm saying
Nobody has ever been
I'm not saying, even the face, I'm not saying because they are fat, because this one is okay. Okay, this one is full. What the fuck is this? This one is acceptable. This one is cool too. Dude, seriously, what is this? This is okay. This is okay. Okay, made out better. Yeah, I guess I wanted to try the world, so. Skin color is okay. I don't like the eyes. This is the worst hair in the world. Maybe we can. Okay. Why are the white skin so weird? This is weird. No, I can't. There's something wrong with the eyebrow in this game. Maybe. No. Something like nature. Yes, it's a little bit. Maybe we just play log, huh? I feel like giving up. What should we play? Shit. Should I go with the positive contest like that? Good agents. This is bad. Fuck, I lost all my renown by dying. I should have pitched my renown in tier 3. Like, I'm so dumb. Before doing any singles. Yeah, it was done with me. I guess we'll do that on that character now. Yeah. Dude, I don't think I can play this. I don't like to play characters I find ugly, and anything I do here is not working. This is acceptable, I guess. Anyway.
Brain dead and then.
Sure. So when you say they're not going to regain consciousness, is that then why they're dead?
So, knowing they're not going to regain consciousness means that their body will never again be able to support itself. They will never be able to live without the support of a machine again. And they're never going to experience the world again and understand the concept of their own existence.
Okay, so do you think that if a person could live a totally healthy life, but they'd have to be on bypass their whole life, that's a person that can't support themselves without being hooked up a machine, and they can't live without the support of a machine, should that person be allowed to be killed?
What did you say?
If a person can't support themselves with their body, like say they have kidney failure and they need to be on dialysis forever, should that person be killable since they can't live without the support of a machine?
No, I think the difference is that when somebody is brain dead, it's that their entire bodily system, including their brain, no longer has. It's like none of it's functioning.
Sure.
Right? And
So to be clear, real quick, that's not even remotely close to being true. I can't believe that you don't know that. That's a little shocking to me.
I'm reading it off of the NHS website right now.
Okay, a person's body can be kept alive for quite a while, despite the fact that they might be like comatose, right?
So I'm reading this off of the NHS website, and it is saying a person who is brain dead is legally confirmed as dead because they have no chance of recovery and their body is unable to survive without artificial life support. Like their entire body cannot survive without artificial life support. That's
because they can't.
NHS
That's because they can't eat or drink. you need those things to survive, right?
I don't really understand how this is related to abortion.
Why do you have to? Well, you're so obsessed with relating it to abortion. I'm just trying to figure out when you think somebody's dead.
I'm obsessed with relating things to abortion because I was under the impression that that's what we're talking about, and that's what I'm interested in talking about.
Okay.
That's
Abortion
what I do.
and
I
when
talk about abortion.
That's great. Abortion and when life starts are some of the most difficult questions to answer philosophically. Almost anything.
Philosophically, sure, but like scientifically, not really.
Scientifically,
and when someone's dead and when someone's alive are also different things.
Yeah. So science doesn't answer any of these questions. These are questions of moral philosophy. As science
answers when someone is alive. Yes, science answers when an organism has begun its life.
Science can
science
point
might not be able
to-
to answer the value. Science might
Science-
not be able to answer the value of that person or that organism to us, but science can tell you when someone is alive. That is true.
Science can point to like metabolic activity, okay? The idea of like what does it mean to be alive or dead? These are normative claims that come way before any scientific process. Science is not going to give us the answer to abortion ever. It can inform us based on our values, but it can't tell us when is a person or when is a person alive or dead. So
Sure, personhood is philosophical, but like human life is not a philosophical concept. It's
of
a
course it
biological
is.
one.
No, it's super philosophical.
Okay.
If I chop your arm off and I put it on a desk, that's not a human life, is it?
Because it's taking a part of an organism and removing it from
Sure, I know,
the
but
rest of the
it's human.
organism.
Yeah, it's human. It's got DNA. Might even have a little bit of metabolic activity while the blood's still there. But I'm just saying that like this idea of like what is a human person, what is a life, drawing the difference between like some humans and others, and blah blah blah. Like these are all like kind of philosophical things, right? Which is fine.
No,
It
the
doesn't.
concept of what a whole organism is 100% a scientific
It's not.
concept.
It's no. It's not. It's
Yeah, the concept of what an entire organism is versus a part of an organism is completely scientific. So yes, it is.
when you get to college, take something called philosophy of science. Okay, it'll open your eyes to the world around you. All right.
I am in college, and I promise you that I understand the difference between philosophy and biology, and it's a pretty easy answer.
It's
scientifically
absolutely. It
as
is
to why
probably one
someone's
of the
arm is
most.
not the same thing as the whole
It is
person.
absolutely not an easy answer. Things like ontology have huge ramifications in the field of science, and it is absolutely questions that are not going to be answered by looking under a microscope or running a particular test.
You think we can't answer why someone's arm is not a whole person easily? I think I can
Scientifically?
answer that pretty fucking easily.
You can do it.
Yeah,
No.
scientifically.
Okay. All right. I understand and recognize that that is your position. That's fine. My question is, so going back, so if you've got a person in a coma and you know they're not going to wake up again, but their body can be kept alive indefinitely on machines, why is it okay to pull the plug?
I'm against euthanasia, so.
So you would keep comatose people that are never going to wake up. You'd keep their bodies alive indefinitely until the body runs out of telling.
Depends what you mean by. I mean, I just don't understand like what.
When you keep saying what does that have to do with abortion, yeah, it's because you realize that like you're on faulty ground now.
It's not because I realize that I'm wrong. It's because you're trying to exhaust me with running in circles on these like completely. Like, I mean, euthanasia is an issue related to abortion, but it's
We're not even
talking about
at
abortion,
euthanasia
which
right
is-
now.
I mean, yeah, we're getting into that territory, and
Nope, not even close.
I just don't understand what, like, why wouldn't you just talk to me about abortion? Like, why? What are you?
Do you think that if you're going to put yourself in the position of telling other people how to live their lives and you're going to celebrate the overturning of protective legislation in the United States for people that are trying to have a medical procedure, don't you think
People
that you
are
owe
trying
it?
to kill their babies?
Don't you think that
Okay,
you
I
owe
will
it? Don't you
celebrate
think that
that.
you
What do you
owe
think
it to
about it?
them and yourself to understand these arguments a little bit better than what you write on your signs?
I don't think that killing a baby is the same thing as cutting someone's arm off. I don't know.
That's
what,
great.
what
The
you're
emotional
talking
appeals and the bad logic are fine, but for you to sit here and be like,
What are
I'm
you talking
tired,
about,
I'm
dude?
exhausted, when you're literally tweeting out celebrating the overturning of Roe v. Wade, it seems to me like
Okay,
you would
so
probably
you just
do
want
to have,
somebody
if this is
to
what
tell
you
how it's
do,
hard for you.
if you do abortion debates, you should probably know these arguments, right? You
You're
owe
not
it.
even talking to me about abortion, dude. Like, fuck, are you going on about?
Trying to figure out when something is dead could be instructed to
Figure
figuring out when it's
something is dead.
alive.
Like, what are you on about, dude? Like, what,
Do you want to let me
why
finish a
don't you talk to
sentence?
me
The
about why
brain
you
is shut
want something
down.
with Down syndrome?
So this is
why
like
do
the
you wanna-
defender
why
mode.
do you wanna talk
Because
to me about
abortion is like
why
a
do you
part of
wanna
her
talk
life. She
about
is
why you wanna put me
incapable
with
of
Down
like having the
syndrome?
conversation. That's where we're at right now.
All you've been doing this whole time is condescending based off of like a position that you have no bearing to condescend from.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand. This whole time you've been like, how old are you? You don't know what you're talking about. I'm surprised you don't know this. Like, dude.
I'm surprised you thought that a
you
brain
asked
dead
me to
person means the
come
whole
on here and
body
talk
shuts
to you about
down.
abortion, and you won't even talk to me about
You're the
abortion.
one that told me to message you. Hold on, I'm sorry. You told me, you said on Twitter,
People's arm off or hospitalizing pregnant women. Let's
Yep.
just talk about abortion.
you told me on Twitter to DM you, okay? So I DM'd you.
I did not tell you on Twitter to DM you. I said that if you wanted to have a conversation with me, that you could DM me.
Okay. Well, so I can only talk about abortion. So give me
that's
the.
what I'm interested in talking about. Like, I
Give
don't
me
know
the
why
well.
you're
What you
going
want to
on
do
about
is you want to preach. So okay. So give me the rails for where you want this conversation to go. Go for it.
don't want to preach to you. I want to know what you want to talk to me about.
I already told you. I think that conscious experiences are what are worth protecting. When we talk about what a person is, when we talk about pain and suffering, when we talk about people that ought to be protected, that are alive and not dead, we're usually talking about people that are having subjective conscious experiences. Those are the things that we care about more than anything else.
Okay, Destiny. So.
Why'd I get downgraded from Steven?
Fine, whatever. I know. It's so much more fun to call you Steven. Like, I don't like using these dumb little pseudonyms that we make up for ourselves. Like, you have a real name. Because I want to also, like, remind ourselves that you are an adult man. So, if we want to talk about...
Wait, what does that have to do with it? Wait, are you, like, up-descending to me if I'm condescending to you? What was that? What do you mean, reminded that I'm an adult male? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I also get to condescend to you now when you're at the point of condescending to me. You're not going to treat me like I'm a f***ing idiot. I've been doing this for a long time. Like, this is what I do.
You're 19.
Right?
I don't think you've been doing anything for a long time, but go ahead.
I have, yeah.
Okay.
I know that having this job is not as impressive as being a 30-year-old streamer, but I take what I can get.
That's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry, 34.
You're fine, don't worry.
Would it be okay, do you think, to kill somebody who is in a coma that we know they'll wake up in 9 months? Do you think that's okay?
Nope.
Why is that not okay?
Because there was a prior conscious experience that probably asserted its rights and its liberties and its desire to stay alive, and just because that experience temporarily abates doesn't mean that you would end it or prevent it from coming back.
Oh shit, it's almost like even if you don't have that experience at a certain point in time, if you are going to have that experience and you have the capacity for it, then I don't know, maybe.
That's because it was a previous experience, not a future experience, right? You can resume the past consciousness, right? And then comes the interesting question. Well, I think it's interesting. But okay, let's say someone has an accident and lose all his memory, identity, but will regain consciousness in 2 months, right? Is the initial person dead? Does that make a new person? Because if you say this, yes to this, which is what I would say personally, then you are, you are saying that life ends when your identity ends, basically, and start when the identity starts. Which make logical sense with Steven's position in abortion.
Maybe we should be protecting that person, and that is still a human life, even though they're not actively consciously experiencing something. That's crazy. Can we talk about abortion as a concept now?
Sure. So I didn't say because they're going to have an experience. I said that because they've already had one. There's something to speak about. If I go to sleep, that's not really being unconscious, but if I get like not amnesia, general anesthesia. If I get general anesthesia and I'm like unconscious for a while, there was still somebody called Steven to speak of. I had an experience, I asserted some belief, my ability to redeploy that belief is there, it's coming back. There's a difference between that versus somebody that's never even existed yet, right? Both parts, the prior and the after to that unconscious thing, are equally important. If you're missing one, then you don't have the same thing.
I mean, fetuses exist, like, regardless of whether or not
a fetus exists, but I'm not talking about protecting a fetus. I'm talking about protecting a conscious experience.
Well, okay, so we're not talking about protecting people. We're not talking about protecting human life. We're talking about protecting this subjective concept of conscious experience that you come up with.
Yep. Well, that's what we do medically as well, right? That's why we don't say bodily death is when a person dies. We say brain death. It's the cessation of that conscious experience. That's what a persistent vegetative state is. You sit there like a vegetable, and your body can even have some functions that happen as long as it's being fed, but the brain is gone and you're never coming back awake.
So by subjective conscious experience, like, are you just talking about memories? Are you talking about like what,
I think memories are a part of it, some consistency of your mind, some self-identity. I'm sure there's like a lot, I don't know all the different underpinnings of like all the different parts that make us conscious, just that there's some wholly conscious emergent experience that happens when some structures in the brain are communicating with each other.
like again, newborn babies don't have anything like that.
Anything like that? You don't think they have any degree of consciousness whatsoever?
I mean, they're awake, but they're not like.
Okay, they're awake.
Newborn babies
Good enough for
don't
me.
have a personality. Newborn babies don't have
Newborn
any
babies have huge
memories.
personalities. Some of them cry, some of them don't.
That's a reaction to stimuli. Like they don't have. I don't know why this.
That's completely false. You can take two twins, put them in the exactly same environment, feed them at the same time, and they will not have the same behavior. Right? One could be a dick and cry every night, and the other could be perfectly calm. Yeah. So they do. She's stupid.
This is funny to you. This is objective. Like they don't have memories. They don't have.
This is objective.
Personality. Like they don't. Newborn babies don't have any of those things. Not in any way that's any different from a 19-week baby in the womb. Like they don't.
I think it's significantly different from a 19-week baby, but I mean, they might have. It might not be as developed as a 2-year-old or a 5-year-old, right? Yeah. What why would you protect a one-celled organism? Just curious. The fetus.
Fetuses are not single-celled.
Well,
You're
but
talking about
you
like
would
a
hold
zygote?
on.
Are
You would
talking about-
protect it. Yeah, you would protect it as a single cell, as a zygote. You would protect that. So I'm just curious why.
Because life begins at conception.
Yeah, but well, that's kind of circular, right? Come on, Aioli. Give me a better one than that. Why? Why does life begin at
Ayala.
conception?
Can you stop being like really disrespectful about the pronunciation of my name? My name is Ayala. It's incredibly easy to pronounce.
No, it's
I'm
not.
trying to do better. I'm sorry.
Like it's just really weird. Like I don't know why you're attempting to put me down and degrade me by mispronouncing my name consistently as if it is funny.
Well, I'm having a little bit of fun because I genuinely think you're a disgusting human being. But you're only 19, so I let you get a little bit of a pass on it.
Like what's funny about mispronouncing my name? Because it's Hebrew, because you don't understand it. Like it's not hard to say.
Right now, it's just because it's triggering the fuck out of you, to be honest. But
Well, it's because it's just so weird. Like this whole time, you're just trying to exhaust me with all of these like different tangents, and you're trying to put me down consistently and calling me a disgusting person. If I'm so disgusting, why are you talking to me?
I like talking to pro-lifers, and you seem to express an interest to talk to me over Twitter. So I was curious if you had an argument that I hadn't heard yet. And maybe right now, maybe I'm planting the seeds, and you know that.
I promise you that there is nothing that you have said to me in this entire conversation that I've never heard before. I mean, you literally went on like, what, God, that podcast with Lila Rose, and you were like, if a fetus is a person, that's like saying that nut is a tree. And then you quote tweeted me, and you were like, you're basically saying that a caterpillar and a butterfly are the same thing. And like, yes, they are the same organism, but it's just, it's like, you are not morally superior to me because you are a live stream debate bro. Like, I don't understand why you feel comfortable putting me down right now. This is very weird, and I don't feel comfortable having a conversation with someone who's sitting here condescending to me, calling me disgusting, and acting like I'm not worth your time. Steven, if I'm not worth your time, then why are you talking to me?
I didn't say you weren't worth my time. I get paid big bucks to talk to people like you. You can leave anytime you want if you're bothered. It seems like you're bothered. You can always go. It's okay.
I just don't understand like what your point is. Like, I'm not going to continue discussing with you if you're going to keep every 5 minutes mispronouncing my name and saying that I'm disgusting and saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, this is just very weird.
Okay, ayahuasca. I don't know what you want me to say.
I'm asking you to stop talking to me that way.
Okay, well, I think we've reached the end. What else? Is there anything else you want to bring up, or?
I mean, I'm fine having a conversation with you, but I'm not going to tolerate someone disrespecting me consistently in this manner. And like, yes, I am upset by that, and I don't understand why that's funny to you. But I like if you're trying to have an adult conversation.
Because she's not trying to have a real conversation. She's disrespectful by the way she's acting, right? She's not listening to anything she says. Each time she doesn't have an argument, she says, I want to talk about abortion, but without fainting to not understand that's what they're talking about. And because moral issues that go with abortion are complicated and sometimes need in particular to go outside the direct field of like any discussion, basically. So in a way, she's more disrespectful than Destiny. So yeah, I guess he's a dick right now, but she's too. It's okay.
Conversation with me, and you're not gonna have me here being sarcastic and being stupid like I normally am. Like, you want to have a real conversation, we can do that. But yes, I am getting frustrated because you are condescending to me and disrespecting me in ways that I don't find acceptable.
Sure. So I did want to have a real conversation, but a couple things. One, you called me Steven multiple times, even after I asked you not to.
That's your real name. It's your name on Instagram.
Sure, but it's not to get into interpersonal dynamics, but saying somebody's name over and over and over again is considered really rude. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. Number one. Number two, I think you were the one that wheeled out the age thing first. I could be wrong, but you were like,
No,
you're
you
like a
said
30-year-old
you're
gamer streamer
how
person. Did
You said you're how old? 19? That's when we got on this
you didn't
whole
bring up
thing.
the 30-year-old gamer thing before that? I don't remember.
No,
or not.
I promise you I didn't.
Okay, we'll
I'm
check.
not
I
sure.
guess everyone in chat is saying you brought that up first, but we'll see well, when we replay the tape later, we'll find out. Some people are saying I did. Some people are saying you didn't. Okay, well, I don't know. But also, yeah, you seem to be unwilling to engage with any of the argument other than to just. Do you just want to repeat like a feed? Like I'm giving you a chance.
I'm fine having a conversation
Sure.
with you.
Well, I asked you to tell me why do you think a zygote? I asked you.
I'm interested in talking
Okay.
about how newborns are different than 19-week unborn babies.
Okay, my question was, why do you consider a zygote like a person or a thing to be protected? That was my question. And then you said life being a zygote.
Biologically, it's living, and by its very definition, it's human.
Okay, so you're gonna appeal to dictionary on that one, or?
I mean, it's a living human, so it's a person. That's what people are.
No.
Okay, but a person in a coma forever isn't?
I don't say that.
So should people in comas forever be kept there forever, alive?
What do you mean comas forever?
Like
you mean
if you're in
people
a
who have
persistent
medical-
vegetative state, you're never going to wake up again. But they could be kept alive on machines. Should that person be kept alive on machines if their body gives up?
Yes.
Okay, very brave.
What do you mean very brave?
Well, it's nobody. You don't even believe that, but you just don't want to bite the bullet on the argument.
Yes, I do believe that. Like, what do you mean you don't believe that? Why do you get to determine that? You asked me a question and I answered it.
Okay, then you're based. Okay. Well, then at least you're consistent. But if that's your position, then fine. You're consistent from start to finish. I disagree, but then we're like foundational now, and there's nowhere else for us to go.
Okay.
Mhm.
So can we talk about
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. What would you like to ask or answer to? Go for it.
DMG, I think so.
why do you think that newborns, which do not have a real subjective conscious experience, they are awake, yes, and they respond to stimuli, but they don't have this subjective experience of consciousness that you seem to have been describing, why do you think it is okay to, or why do you think that we should not be allowed to kill them?
I've never heard that argument sustained before. That newborns aren't having a conscious experience. Never heard that in my entire life.
Again, Peter Singer makes this argument literally all the time.
Peter Singer is a philosopher that's literally in favor of like killing children up to 2 years old. I'm not a Peter Singer.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm trying to. I think that he is right in that
sure,
we don't have
because
this
Peter
experience.
Singer
I think
defines.
he's wrong, but we should not. I think he's wrong in saying that we should be allowed to kill those people, though, because I don't think that that's what makes you a person.
That's
I think living and being a human makes you a person.
Gotcha. Peter Singer seemed no
because,
reason.
Again, like our
go ahead.
science on this is not exact, right? And it's rapidly developing. So we're learning new things all the time about the capabilities of unborn children and their capacity to know and experience things in comparable ways to how newborns do, which is limited compared to the way that 2-year-olds do. And we're learning that fetuses are, in fact, just another stage of human development, just like any other stage. And I just don't understand why you're so confident, yet not confident in your position that, like, there's a subjective experience of consciousness and like it's not well defined and nobody.
The blue is bugging and right, so I'm gonna do a last thing down while listening to the end of the debate. Go to sleep.
He knows how to define it, so we can't define it. But we should be allowed to kill 19-week unborn babies because you think that that's, or we have come to a medical consensus that around 20-ish weeks is when the brain starts to develop the parts of it that will deploy consciousness later.
Oh, so she's understanding the argument. She's just bad faith. Because at first I thought that she wasn't understanding the argument what Steven was making, so maybe that's what she was so annoying. But she's understanding perfectly. So she's just bad faith then. Okay.
In life.
think 20 to 28 weeks. It seems to be in that range. So it would start at 20 to be safe. That's when the brain seems to have the parts that are communicating with each other that would be necessary for a conscious experience to emerge. So that's what I decide to protect. So I would say around 20 weeks is probably okay. If somebody showed me data, actually this doesn't happen until the child is 1 year old or 1 year old, then I say, okay, fine, kill 1 year old. If somebody says, hey, actually the child is doing this at 2 weeks old, then I'd say, oh.
Like, I wanted to play this because I want to play something with billboards, but I don't even know if billboards are in the game. Anyway.
Well, I'm probably against all abortion.
So just to clarify, your personal definition of consciousness and the subjective philosophical
Wait. Hold on. Don't say personal definition like I'm rolling around with a unique definition here, but go ahead.
Okay, well, your definition of consciousness in this subjective philosophical manner that you're posing it, if someone were to give you information that newborns, for example, aren't capable of having this form of consciousness, you would say it's okay to kill newborns?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least you're consistent. So then I guess my question is, like, why not err on the side of caution like you do, saying, like, well, just to be safe, let's call it 20 weeks because we don't really know for sure. Like, why not just say, don't kill living humans? Because we come up with new data all the time on how fetuses, which are living humans,
We don't come up with new data all the time that's changing our understanding of this. Oh, okay. Well, if you find some, shoot it my way and I'll be your biggest pro-life advocate.
It's interesting. Like,
it's not really that interesting. It's not, you know that like that passive aggressive thing doesn't work when you're like, it's really interesting that, and then insert like highly passive aggressive, obviously untrue statement there, you know?
Kind of argument before. I've never heard somebody make this kind of argument before, and I will give you that because earlier I thought that I hadn't heard any, or I had heard everything you were going to say to me, and I will admit that nobody's ever said that exactly to me before.
Nobody said that conscious experience is what we should be protecting?
Nobody's defined it and deployed it in the way that you have.
Okay.
Not just conscious experience, but the specific way that you define it, and it's admittedly subjective form, which you personally said.
I mean,
so
all conscious experience is subjective, right? We are subjects and we have a subjective conscious experience. It's like we can't like objectively measure. You disagree with that? I'm sorry. Can you tell me about the objective conscious experience?
So I think that. Anyway, so.
Well, no. I really want to hear this, please, because I feel like you have the answers to so many difficult questions in your head, and you're just not sharing it with the rest of humanity. Please, gracious God, please, Miss Ayatollah, please tell me what is the objective conscious experience?
You call me Ayatollah?
Sorry, how do you pronounce your name again?
Oh, she's triggered.
I just don't understand why you have these discussions with people and act like you are a rational, objective actor and that you're just trying to have a conversation. Like, you've continuously disrespected me. You just called me Ayatollah. I don't appreciate this. Like, I'm trying to have a conversation with you about this, like you asked. I stopped being condescending and disrespectful to you, to my knowledge. If I'm continuously disrespecting you, please let me know. But I don't understand, after we already talked about this, why you are continuing to disrespect me and intentionally mispronounce my name.
That was my mistake. Can you pronounce it one more time for me?
My name is Ayala.
Ayala. Okay, Ayala. Can you tell me how you give me a hard, objective definition of consciousness?
I didn't mean in the sense that subjective consciousness is not. Well, okay, actually, let me start over.
Go ahead.
When I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about.
That was just inconvenient timing. I'm sure she's coming back. I'm so sorry. Stop removing her. Her shit is fucking up, dude. I'm sure she's coming back. She's on her way back. How do you pronounce my not Ayatollah. Ayala. Ayala. I believe this is how it goes. Hello, Ayala.
So when we're talking about consciousness, I agree with the scientific consensus. There's different definitions of consciousness. There's different components of consciousness. So, for example, like conscious awakeness, where you're just like your eyes are open, you're taking in information from around you. Like that's a portion of consciousness. And there's also like the subjective experience that you're talking about. But like there are scientific objective components to consciousness that like we can measure, knowing that someone is conscious. In terms of like
Yes, for example, when you have the brain parts to have the ability to have a consciousness, it happens around 20 years. It's crazy outside words, right?
conscious awakeness.
Okay, we know all that, but I'm asking you, because you seem to get mad when I say like this kind of subjective experience of consciousness. So what is like the hard objective definition of consciousness?
I'm not saying there is an objective definition of consciousness. I'm saying that you're banking on the subjective component of consciousness rather than the objective measurable components of it, like conscious awakeness. You're talking more about
Wait, hold on. This is what I'm trying to ask you. Hold on. You don't understand how close you are to breaking ground in some of the most important scientific discoveries ever. What is the objective hard measure of consciousness? I want to know this so badly. Can you please tell me?
I'm not saying there's... I think that you're misunderstanding me. So what I'm referring to when I'm talking about consciousness might be different from what you're referring to.
Okay.
But there's a difference between like a conscious experience and being consciously awake. Like,
yeah,
like,
but I'm not talking about just like being consciously awake. No, wait.
Well,
but you
that's
can
what I
measure
was
somebody when
referring
somebody's
to.
sleeping. They're also like that is a conscious person. They might be unconscious,
Yes,
but when we talk about consciousness, a sleeping person is not like has no conscience, right?
That's what I was trying to explain to you. Like there's different
Thank you for explaining that to
components
me.
of consciousness, and there are objective ways to measure certain components of consciousness, like whether or not somebody is awake.
Well, yeah, but you got to be really careful because when you get into those objective measures, those are what I rely on. The brainwave activity that occurs in children at about 20 to 28 weeks shows that that emergent phenomenon of consciousness is probably happening. The cessation of brainwaves when somebody is brain dead in a persistent vegetative state is when we kill them, right? That's my argument. So you have to give me something different than that. You're not about to repeat my own argument right back at me, I hope not. Because that would commit you to essentially all of my moral positions.
What? No, I wasn't arguing anything.
Oh, so then you don't have a problem with how I define consciousness because it seems like you agree and you just more or less repeated it back
No,
at
that's
me.
not what I'm saying either. I was... So, where we left off, I remembered that I was defining consciousness. I didn't remember why.
You seem to have a really difficult time. When I say subjective, I don't just mean like subjective, like anybody, how anybody wants to define it. That's not what I say.
I know what you mean by subjective.
Sure, like our conscious experience is a subjective thing it's very hard to like discreetly or, you know, in any kind of hard, solid sense measure. Like, oh, there's a conscious thing. We see that. That's conscious. I don't know if we can do that, right? The subjective lens through which we view the world and the experience that we're having, that's like our subjective conscious experience. That emergent phenomenon seems to arise from the communication between parts in our brain. That seems to be the case. So that's when I would say consciousness starts. But subjective doesn't mean like subjective, like it can be arbitrary. Like that's not the same thing.
I know what you mean when you say subjective. I'm pretty sure that you defined it a little bit earlier.
Okay.
I guess I just don't understand, like, why you wouldn't err on the side of caution with our emerging,
well, sure, because we're balancing out...
and...
Yeah, we're balancing out things here, and we're balancing out the rights of women and the right to their body to not be eaten by another organism for a little bit, basically, and to undergo certain health effects. We're talking about that, and then we're weighing that against the potential life of a child, right? So if it is the case that a child is living and is a person at some, 1 week old or the moment of conception, then the autonomy of the mother takes a big backseat to that, which I think is agreeable. I think most of us would agree with that. But if that's not the case, and it is just a thing until about 20 weeks, and then there's experience worth protecting, we are condemning women to basically cede control of their bodies to the state or to other people to say that they can't do certain things to have bodily autonomy because of a thing, right? So there are two very important things being weighed here. So that's why you can't just say err on the side of caution. That'd be like saying we should err on the side of caution in all homicide convictions and just sentence all of them to death so that they don't kill again, right?
No, I think it's different to err on the side of caution to make sure we're not actively allowing legalized murder. But I mean, okay. So
well, but it's legalized murder versus legalized it's legalized murder versus legalized enslavement, right? That's what I'm saying. So there's a lot that's at risk here. Yeah, telling a woman that her body is going to be an incubation machine for a thing that might not even be alive yet is arguably like a form of a bodily enslavement, right?
So pregnancy is normal, like reasonable care. It's not asking.
Hold on,
a
wait.
woman to do
Can you engage? Can you not? Wait. Can you not? Hold on. If you rape somebody and force them, like just saying like, oh well, it's okay, like the pregnant part and the caring for 9 months of delivery, that's just normal development, right? That's not gonna feel that way to them, right? It might be normal development.
Hang on. Back up. What exactly are you asking me?
I'm asking you to engage with what I'm saying rather than to like incredulously go down this.
If you rape somebody, what? If you rape somebody,
just because something is like normal development doesn't change anything that I'm saying. There's a lot of things that might be normal development that might be a form of enslavement, right?
Hang on.
Hanging.
So I'm saying that it is completely reasonable to say that women cannot kill a fetus because it is a living human, and regardless of whether or not it is having a sentient conscious experience, which newborns don't even have, it's wrong to kill living humans. And I don't think that it's comparable to slavery to ask women to not kill their babies, even if that means remaining pregnant, which is normal and reasonable care.
Okay. Do you think that's a good summary of what I'm saying?
I'm not really sure what you're saying. That's kind of why I asked you to repeat yourself, because I don't really understand like why you said rape and like where that came in or where that was going. Like I'm still not clear on what that statement was.
I think everything I said is pretty clear, but like I think the issue with pro-life, it's like arguing circumcision with men. Like they're really only arguing for what they are. And it feels the same when you talk to like pro-life people. Like they're really only arguing from a position of either they've like had kids or had miscarriages, or they're like super bonded to some religious phenomenon. And now you're just trying to like ad hoc whatever argument you can to make that position coherent. But it's like super not fun for me to talk.
I'm asking you like, what do you mean? Like,
what do I mean for what? I've described my entire position from start to finish, and now you're saying things like, well, I think we shouldn't be killing babies. Like, yeah, of course, obviously.
Okay, I think we should. I actually didn't say babies. I think we shouldn't be killing fetuses, which is what an abortion does objectively. Like that's what an abortionist is
she
going
starting to sound more like Lav? Am I fucking crazy?
Absolutely. It's the purpose of an abortion procedure is to kill a fetus.
Sure, I agree with that. But the question is whether or not the fetus ought to be endowed with like the protections of life, right? To be a person, right?
Well, yeah, because it's a living human, so it's a person. I can't think of a living human non-person.
Sure, and I gave you an example. Somebody in a coma who's never waking up.
Yeah, that's a living human, so it's a person.
Okay, but then you also committed yourself to the position that people in coma should be kept alive forever until their bodies wear out. Which is, and I said, if you want to take that position, that's totally fine, but I disagree there, but then we've hit bedrock. We're at a fundamental disagreement.
Well, if a person is medically living and they are a person, or a person like is a living human, medically they're alive, and they are a human, therefore they are a person and they should be protected. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And if you listen, if you have that, congratulations. That's your position. You are consistent. Most people probably wouldn't bite the bullet on that last one, but if you do, that's fine. But that means that we've hit like philosophical bedrock. Like we've come to.
That's why I'm trying to ask you.
No. So you don't understand. There's nothing else to ask. We fundamentally disagree on what a human life is.
Because I'm trying to ask you to clarify a statement that you made to me several minutes ago, which I've been trying to clarify since you made it. I'm still not 100% sure what you meant by it.
Sure. What statement do you not understand? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if I didn't hear you all the way, but I heard you say, if you rape a woman, something, she gets pregnant, that's still
I'm
normal
saying
care.
that what I said was that the reason why I don't just quote unquote err on the side of caution is because you have competing interests here. You can't just go all the way to one side because somebody else has an interest on the other side. So one example I said was I wouldn't err on the side of caution by executing every single person who's caught a homicide charge, right? Because some might be accidental, might be I'm not going to err on the side of caution. And the reason why I don't err on the side of caution by executing them all is because, well, we've got to weigh the interests of the other people that are being accused, right? But one of the things that you responded with was, well, it's ordinary care to be pregnant. It's ordinary. This is like in line with the teleology of a woman, that the development, the normal process of a woman's body is to have a child, blah, 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 which I guess I agree with. But one, that's not a response to that thing at all. There could be lots of normal processes that we'd ought to avoid, number one. And number two, you can be forced to go through those processes in really horrible ways. So for instance, if you're not ready to get pregnant and have a child, maybe you even took birth control measures and you still got pregnant, or if you're raped. These are examples of ways where you can be subjected to that ordinary developmental process, but still really not want to go through it for good reasons.
Yes, I got pregnant from rape when I was 15. I'm completely aware that there are very traumatic ways to become pregnant. I'm still unsure as to why this is an argument for killing a human being who happened to be conceived in rape.
It's not an argument for killing a human being who happened to be conceived in rape. It's an argument against the absurd notion that just because something is part of ordinary development, it requires that a woman cede her autonomy to the people around her.
Being raped is not a part of the ordinary development.
No, but the process that's afterwards, you're all of a sudden committed to?
But being pregnant is normal care.
Yeah, that's what they say.
But that's fine. But that just because that's normal care doesn't mean that you're morally committed to it. That doesn't do anything to seek to address any of the moral baggage of whether or not you ought to be forced to have a kid.
Well, talking about how women being pregnant is enslavement if we don't allow them to have an abortion.
I said that if you don't consider the fetus a human person and you force them to carry that to term, or to when it does become a human person, then in a way, yeah, that's a form of bodily enslavement.
I do consider a fetus to be a human person.
I know you do, but this is a response to you asking me. I
I
understand that, but this is in response to you asking me, why don't you just err on the side of caution? And I'm telling you why I don't just quote unquote err on the side of caution, because there's competing interests. And one side of caution.
Killing a human person, though.
Yeah, but you could also be enslaving a woman's body. There's competing interests.
That's not enslavement. Like, so it's either we. So if you are wrong, if you happen to be wrong about where you decide to place where life begins in pregnancy at 20 weeks because you start to see brainwaves which indicate parts of the brain have developed that deploy sentience later in life, and that's your line. If you are wrong, then you are saying it is okay to kill living human beings. If I am wrong, and fetuses aren't persons until 20 weeks of pregnancy, then the only consequence of that is that we are protecting human life, human beings, even if they're not yet persons.
Can you summarize that other side better, or else this is the conversation ends. I can't believe you would be so retarded. Can you give me a better summary of the other side?
Whoa.
You can't really be this bad faith. I need you to give me a better. Okay, do your moral grandstanding. Then afterwards, I need you to give me a better summary of the other side, because there's no possible way that that's like. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna play piano while you moral grandstand for like 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna ask you again for the question. Can you explain the downsides of the other side if you force women to go through pregnancies they don't want to? And it has to be more than just I accidentally protected life. Let me know when you're ready.
Have a conversation with someone. Like, I'm not trying to morally grandstand, right? I don't appreciate you calling this morally grandstanding. Again, we have had this conversation multiple times where you're continuously disrespecting me, and I don't appreciate it. You asked me to be here, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you. But you're not gonna call me, like, slurs because I'm saying something you don't like. Like, that tells me this is not a serious conversation. You cannot pretend like you're trying to have a serious conversation with me and then say a slur. Like, I don't... This is not morally grandstanding. I'm asking for a very, very, very base level of respect. Like, do you understand that? I don't understand why that's unreasonable to you.
Okay. Can you summarize the other side of that argument more than just we might have protected human lives?
What do you mean summarize? So I was in the process of trying to summarize it,
No,
right?
you weren't. You were steelmanning your argument on both sides of it.
And you interrupted me.
Okay, go ahead.
I understand that pregnancy can be traumatic. I understand that pregnancy can harm your body in ways that are unrepairable. I have personally experienced these things. I understand this. I don't, however, think that protecting the life of living humans, which fetuses objectively are scientifically, they're both alive. They're individual organisms with unique human DNA that are living and growing. I don't think that protecting those living humans until 20 weeks, dealing with all of the pregnancy issues that, by the way, we can address without harming other people. We can address the trauma of pregnancy. We can address medical conditions that might come up with pregnancy. We can address all of these things without killing a human life. I am comfortable with being wrong about this and saying that I'm protecting human life before it's technically a person at 20 weeks because it begins to develop the brain waves and parts of the brain that will deploy sentience later in life. I'm comfortable with that. If my
Yeah, but the price is of being wrong is high on both sides. It's not, yeah, one is more shocking and more appealing to emotion because you literally kill baby if she's right. But if she is wrong, so for one part you're forcing women to raise children they don't want, and it does not take a very high logical leap to know that not wanted children have shitty childhood, right? Like, yeah. So you force someone into a life doesn't want. Potentially to financial ruin, right? That's another aspect. And you force a child to have a shitty childhood. So, yeah. If you put all of that together, I am pretty sure I forget some stuff, but the cost of being wrong is not nothing. I need to triple something, let's say. Because I want to 7-1, but I really need to triple something. Fuck, I can't triple anything. This would be good for a turn. I would love to triple this, but I'm not sure I can. This was the wrong order, but I guess at some point I'm going to stop scaling this, but yeah, I think for now I'm going to play this because it's going to be a shit ton of chance. This is good because I need to attack. This is fine. But this thing is huge. I'm used to this. But that's too much blue gem. I'm going to transfer all of this at some point, but this is bad. I'm dying now. I guess we can stop stay alive. But dude, I can't. Oh shit. This is annoying. I guess we're saying bye bye to me. So we're so sad back after this. Give me some stuff. Yeah, I need to level up and transfer some gen, but I would love to people that before that.
If my definition of personhood doesn't like philosophically check out, I'm fine with that. But if your definition of personhood doesn't check out, and I am right, then you are saying, and like what you are arguing, is directly contributing to the murder of these children. I would rather be wrong in the way that I could be wrong than be wrong in the way that you could be wrong.
Yeah, but either she is.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So can you tell me if you're wrong, what's the consequence on the other side?
What's the consequence of me being wrong?
Yes.
I just explained it.
Try. Give me one more time, a little bit more simply.
I don't really know what else you'd want me to say.
I'm just asking. Summarize it. If you're wrong, what's the consequence of that?
The consequence of me being wrong would be that we protect humans who are alive, but they're not technically philosophically persons, by your definition of personhood being they don't have the brain-making parts of their brain that would deploy symptoms later in life.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't understand why you're...
I know you don't understand. It's because you're so bought into this, you don't even consider another side, but that's cool. I don't care. All right. Is there any other part of this you want to...
consider your other side.
No, you're not. Maybe you might...
I just came to the conclusion that I would rather be wrong in the way that I could be wrong than in the way that you could be wrong.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
There's something wrong with that?
Nope. The good faith answer, I guess, just so you can lie for future debates or whatever, is you're supposed to say, if you're wrong, you are literally using state enforcement to deprive women of the autonomy and the right to their own bodies against something else inside of them.
Yeah, that's actually not... That's not what bodily autonomy is.
Okay.
Like, how would... Like, again, this has to do with why I said that pregnancy is normal and reasonable care. You're not denying women bodily autonomy.
Okay.
If I don't die here, I'm in a good position.
Okay.
If I die, I'm dead.
Is there anything else that you want to say?
No, I'm totally Gucci. Yeah, any shout-outs? Where can people find you and all your stuff?
I feel like this has been truly enlightening.
Yeah, I agree. This is every abortion debate ever with pro-life people, but there's an example why you cannot have these debates, especially with activists, because you're way too dug into your position to ever change, because it would probably require you to reshuffle your entire view of the world. But
you know what's funny about that? That I actually used to have a completely different political philosophy, and I actually did completely upheave my entire religious and political philosophy, actually my entire understanding of the world, and I've changed my mind on every political position that I've had to the exact opposite of what it used to be, except the abortion position.
Wow.
And my parents aren't pro-life. I wasn't raised having that position. I had that position following when I got pregnant from assault, and that's when I formed it, and I've never changed my mind on it. And I think that this is the one thing that I probably won't change my mind on. No, and that's not proof that I'm not listening to you or proof that I'm not considering what you're saying. I think it's proof that I genuinely believe what I believe, and I've heard a lot of this before, even if it's not exactly the way that you've said it and exactly the way that you've argued it, and I still believe what I believe.
Cool. Okay.
Thank you for that.
You're super welcome. Ayala, correct? Ayala. Okay. Thank you. I'm excited. We'll see where you're at in a year or two if you're in the same position or not, okay? Make sure to check in with the DGG news desk.
Will do.
Okay. Have fun. Be careful, buddy.
Good night.
I also didn't expect the keep coma people alive forever. I didn't know that was gonna happen. And the Oh, I did expect something. I guess it's like very disappointing to me. I think that this is actually because people ask me all the time like, oh, how do you know if you're not getting in a circle jerk, or how do you know if you're not like lying to yourself, or blah blah blah. And I always give two really good reasons to figure out, or there's two good ways to know if you're getting lost in a circle jerk. One is the ask yourself, what would it take to convince you of something otherwise, right? That's a good question. You should know, like, oh, well, if I found this, it would convince me otherwise. Or if I thought of this, it would convince me otherwise. That's one. And number two is, can you accurately argue the other side? And if you can't do that, you probably don't understand the other side enough. When I do these debates, and I'm doing this more, I realize it's a really good strategy. When I ask people to steal me on my position, and they're totally incapable of it, they're like, oh, well, if I'm wrong, it just means we protected human life. Like, come on, that's not the steelman of my position. Kristen couldn't do it either. Kristen couldn't do it either in the last whatever abortion debate. When people can't like give like a summary of your arguments in a good faith manner, then they have like no fucking.
So I need 80 more attacks on this thing to be.
But whatever. What is this? Russian stuff now? We'll go over tomorrow. We also have to watch the one shit tomorrow too. The Tim Pool and Emma whatever debate. But I need to go. I've got to like clean my house and do shit now that I'm home. August, really?
Sure, I'm gonna sacrifice one. Keep my turn long. I get I did can't. What am I playing? This is fine, right? I'm keeping this because my attack is low, but maybe I should have saved it. Sure. Is it fine? My positioning is still real. Because he's still destroying his minion now, so. This is gonna cleave full, but I'm still running now. Yeah, it was a good game. I didn't play Aston too much, but around I mean. That's okay. But I'm gonna sleep, so good night.